Here's some trivia. The Grey Cup holds 150 ounces of whatever you want to pour into it. That would suffice if its function was to be just a cup. But it can't be just a cup if you can't measure how much so many have poured of themselves into it. Something like that doesn't have a shape. It has meanings. Ask Trevor Harris. One of the most accurate passers in CFL history has never been satisfied being just the quarterback who rarely misses. He keeps refining himself in the pursuit of his own Grey Cup moment. Is there any other quarterback who could share that kind of devotion with a team, a province, a pan-Canadian movement like the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
You can feel the excitement and how much these people want this Grey Cup for this team and this province.
Meanings on meanings. Jason Maas speaks of the Grey Cup, his grind for 9, the 425 Fighter Squadron, the FU Just Watch, not as a trophy. It's his team's obligation to its history. Montreal's purpose, like 2009, 2010, and 2023. The Alouettes will not accept anything else but victory. That's why Davis Alexander hasn't lost yet. Mr. Perfect, 13-0.
He truly is the definition of Montreal football.
We do things our way. We don't care what people have to think about it. We don't care if they don't respect us or not. We're just going to come ready to work.
One more fact. There are 108 plates embossed with 4,049 victorious names. 45 more will be added to them. But look closer, and the letters begin to rearrange, and it all reads like 112 years of heroes and victories, and the names not there read like heartbreaks. Gather around now, and we'll pour all of ourselves down this bottomless wishing well, and we'll find the meanings together, because that's what we do every Grey Cup Sunday.
A gorgeous, sunny, downright reasonable temperature day in Winnipeg, Manitoba for the 112th Grey Cup game. Saskatchewan trying to win its first Grey Cup in a dozen years. Montreal trying to win its second title in 3 years. Welcome inside and welcome to Canada's greatest sports tradition. James Duthie with you. Winnipeg, the host of this year's Grey Cup, has become synonymous with the event. The Bombers making it 5 years in a row. This year, we don't get the team, but we do get the city. A city that has supported this league more than any other this year. The stadium has been sold out for every single game this season, including this one. So wherever you are in Canada, take a seat and get ready for our 5.5-hour countdown to Canada's greatest sports tradition. Let's guide you through the team that will take you through this day up to kickoff. Of course, led by the team that's led you through the entire season. Kate and the panel, they are just ahead. Bonus panel today. I'll be with Super Bowl champion Luke Wilson and the 3-time Grey Cup champion, the MOP, the MVP, Zach Collaros is with us here today. The reporters covering Matthew Shinetti is with the Montreal Alouettes. Claire Hanna with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Farhan Lalji and Dave Naylor have all your inside information on the league, and Paul Lapalisse with the X's and O's. And of course, we will guide you up to the men who will call the 112th Grey Cup game, Rod Smith and Glenn Suter. Sit back, enjoy the coverage. We'll begin with Matthew Shinetti and the Montreal Alouettes.
You know, Dave, Davis Alexander really felt that he was going to play today, James. And that confidence, though, it didn't stretch to Jason Maas. He was actually nervous. He took until he got that positive MRI on Monday before the Alouettes flew here that he truly felt that Davis Alexander and his confidence were ready for this game. And then on Tuesday, it took a rotating staff of 4 Alouettes members, and it was ice, and it was massage, and it was this machine and that machine to get Davis Alexander ready. Remember, he's been dealing with this hamstring injury since April. And at one point this season, and he missed 11 games, remember, He thought he was going to have to end his season with surgery. But when I spoke to him this morning, he said, I was never nervous at any point this week. And in fact, I know tonight I can give my team 60 good minutes. And I got to tell you, I don't know throughout the week if I believed that him and his confidence all the time. So I called his brother Dylan, his older brother, earlier this week, and I asked him about Davis's confidence. And he said, when I hear him and he's telling me he's had the best practices that he's had all season this week, I believe him. But the Montreal Alouettes are a complete team when you consider their defense and the 8 players who played in that 2023 team, the big play receivers they have, and the fact that Stevie Scott looks like an emerging running back, and Jason Maas has already made his big call. James Letcher is off the field, and it's Travis Tice that will be turning the kicks for the Montreal Alouettes. But they take so much confidence from Davis Alexander in that 13-0 start. But a hamstring doesn't care about your feelings, so watch when he gets on the sidelines tonight. It'll be a lot of heat, and he will be on the bike. And the last thing, again, talking about that confidence that Davis Alexander said to me, I want to start a legacy tonight. There's only one team in his way. And now for the week that was for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Here's Claire Hanna.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Well, if you are a CFL fan, you know how much football and the Roughriders mean to the province of Saskatchewan. And for head coach Cory Mace, he said it's something that's been heavy on his heart and heavy on his mind. The fact that the province just has 4 Grey Cups to celebrate, the most recent being in 2013. And leading the charge as Saskatchewan tries to capture its 5th Grey Cup will be 39-year-old quarterback Trevor Harris. Now, he has refused to talk about where his career goes beyond today, saying he is solely focused on the Grey Cup tonight. But he has never won a Grey Cup as QB1. And I asked him if this game had any extra meaning, and he paused for a long time before saying yes, but I'm not going to treat it any differently. Now, there are going to be some changes to the Roughriders depth chart. Their number 1 receiver all season, Keyshawn Johnson, will remain on the injured list, and his replacement for the West Final, Joe Robustelli, is also going to be on the injured list. So getting called up are a Joe from Brooks, Alberta, and Regina product Mitch Picton. Now, the Roughriders say they are not worried about those replacements. They have had offensive depth all season. In fact, they have only had 2 games this year with all of their intended receivers, and they still managed to finish with the best record in the CFL. But as head coach Cory Mace says, none of that matters going into the Grey Cup game tonight. And on that note, I'm going to send it up to Kate and the panel.
And Claire, that panel, as you know, would be Enoch Mwamba, Davis Sanchez, Milt Stiegel as we get set for the 112th Grey Cup. And every single one of you has been in this position, the morning of Grey Cup. And Milt, I know the stories that you were telling yesterday that you had basically 2 completely different routines, the 2 Grey Cups that you're in. And Enoch, I assume you just woke up bawling your eyes out, getting ready for the Enoch. I can't
That's
believe
only
I
for
made
after the game, Kate, after the game.
Okay. In all seriousness, though, Enoch, let's start with you. I mean, what was this morning like for you in your preparation?
This is the morning. You feel ready. You feel prepared. And for me as a leader, the leaders on the team, you have to start to just ask questions and final results and tweaks and everything. You make sure the guys around you are prepared, and you start to talk about the small words that are going to get everybody ready. And you know the adjustments, but this is the most exciting time of the season for sure. And every team works for this moment right here.
Yeah, for me, morning of Grey Cups, my circle always got smaller. Even within, it's interesting, even within the locker room and the guys on the team, I didn't have many conversations with offensive linemen or the quarterback or other guys who I played with for a long time this morning. Maybe a fist bump and we got this, some eye contact, but really the conversations were all with the guys I was playing next to. And it was light, and early in the day, it's light communication. Hey, remember, we got 4x1, we're checking this. Hey, remember, watch for this. Just easy stuff, because you want to keep those checks and all the stuff you have on your checklist, ready list, in your mind as you prepare. But you also don't want to get too ramped up. So I stay real cool, real easy, and try to be relaxed as I could all the way until about an hour before kickoff.
You talk about Enoch, you were crying after the game.
Yep.
I was crying for a different reason because I didn't win. But before the game, there was and I hate to bring this up, and I bring this up every single year, I'm really nervous. And when I get nervous, something happens. I go to the bathroom a lot. Unfortunately, that's what I go.
Just like TV?
One or two, Milt? 1 or 2?
No. Too early.
Okay.
One and a half.
I don't even know what that is.
But that means I'm ready. And as far as communicate, and I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to talk to coaches. I don't want to talk to players. I already know what I'm going to do. If you need to tell me something now, it's too late. I don't want to hear from you. Let's just go out there and play ball. I don't want to communicate with anybody until you give me the play in the huddle. So that was my normal routine for the 2 times I played in the Grey Cup.
All right, let's get over to James. And this is my favorite part of Grey Cup, by the way, because we have like dueling panels. And James walked back from the field and he looked at us and he said, "You're soft." And I think we like dressing the same. I think we look sharp over here.
We're a unit.
And then these guys stroll in. It's Winnipeg, Duffy. I mean, you got to dress appropriately.
It's remarkable how soft you prima donnas have become. I mean, I'm here with...
I'm toasty. I'm a toasty human right now.
Toques and parkas. I have to admit, I got goaded in by the 2 football players here to make a statement. I'm surprised we didn't cut off our sleeves and go full offensive lineman here, but
still time for that.
I don't know how long it's going to last. I think Luke was ready for it. Zach and I weren't so sure, so we're going to... It's a little personal question. I don't think we'll make it to 5 o'clock local and game time here, but we'll try.
There's a little side wager going on right now. Who's going to be the first person to suggest putting the jacket on?
We get everybody involved here, too.
That's right.
I also think, Kate, to be fair, we're closer to the heater than you guys are, so I think it's about 6 degrees warmer over on this side. Yes, the Super Bowl champion, Luke Wilson, the 3-time Grey Cup champion, the 2-time MOP, the Grey Cup MVP, Zach Collaros. I know you'd rather be out here, particularly at home. Thrilled that you could join us here for Grey Cup Sunday. You heard them. Well, what is it like? What is it like for you guys when you're in the big game? A little bit different, Grey Cup, Super Bowl. What is your morning like? Where are you at right now as you're getting ready for the game?
Yeah, you want to keep things consistent the way that you did it the entire season, right? So for me, it's waking up and trying to feed myself something because you don't really have an appetite on game day. At least I don't. So you try to get something to eat, and then I try to find a spot at the hotel or outside in whatever city we're in, and I'll take the call sheet and I'll walk the entire call sheet one more time. If there's anything circled on there that might be something that we haven't covered, I'll make sure I phone that guy and we talk about it, whether it's a site adjustment thing and whatnot.
So you're doing your own run through? You're actually moving and going through the plays?
Some guys like to take the call sheet and write it out. I take it a little bit step further and I'll walk the entire call sheet, and then really it's just kind of an anxiety-filled day. And for me, even if it's a regular game, I don't want to show up. I show up 3 hours before. And what makes this difficult is the entire production and how long you have to wait in the locker room. I'd rather walk out there 5 minutes before the game and just roll the balls out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You said it, anxiety morning for me, Duthie. I couldn't stand late games. I love the idea it was prime time. Obviously, it's the Grey Cup. But the waiting drove me nuts.
Yeah, it's tough.
You just want to get out there and go.
Any game's tough, but this one especially because there's about 45 minutes after warm-ups, you're just hanging out in the locker room. I fell asleep, I think, in 2021 or 22 before it.
I'll say this with these mornings. You always got to try and keep the heart rate down as well. Stay calm because you don't want to peak too early. And my biggest thing when I was playing was, remember, in a big game like this, you've been doing this since you were a kid. Nothing's changed. And the next thing I'll say to stay calm, remember that you got 11 other guys in the huddle that you've been battling with all year, and that's who you're doing it for.
Either you throw up on big game day?
I have before. It's not every time, but I have before.
No?
Absolutely not. I got my hair on fire. I'm ready to go.
I actually did this morning, but I think it was the pizza we had at our meeting last night. It had nothing to do with nerves. We have a ton ahead from these guys, of course, from Kate and the panel as we count you down to Grey Cup 112. And the 2 features, of course, a matchup of 2 terrific quarterbacks at opposite ends of their careers. Trevor Harris, 39, maybe his last shot. Davis Alexander's first shot. More on the QBs next.
I got a lot of right in me, but I don't want to say this wrong. I don't want to say this wrong. Yeah, tell me would you wait for me? Baby, I'm a rolling stone. I got a lot of right in me, but I don't want to say this wrong. Tell me would you stay with me? Maybe we can make this home. Could you run away with me? Even if you're better off alone. Tell me would you wait?
Not only a terrific matchup, but a terrific halftime show. The Bud Light halftime show featuring MGK, also, of course, KAB, Catherine Ann Burness in the panel, also part of your halftime spectacular ahead a few hours from now in Winnipeg. I'm not sure you could have two more contrasting quarterback stories than we have in this one today. One, a young, brash kid still, really, who has never been on the stage and has never lost on any CFL stage. The other, a 39-year-old super vet who has Grey Cup rings, but only the clipboard-carrying kind. His resume full of great stats and heartbreaking endings. One of them will write a remarkable ending today. On one sideline, Trevor Harris, 13-year veteran, pushing 40, at the end of a terrific career that is missing just one thing, his Grey Cup title. On the other sideline, Davis Alexander, first year as a starter, only 27, on a historic winning streak that sits at 13, chasing his Grey Cup title.
When a team gives you the keys and shows you that confidence, you better do everything in your power to make sure that you're not going to let them down.
Still feels kind of like a dream right now, but we're not done yet. We got one more week to go 1-0.
But the chase is the only thing these two have in common. Trevor Harris is meticulous in his offense. He will devour defenses with his precision passing that has led him to one of the highest completion percentages of all time. Holder of many playoff passing records, his confidence subtle but lethal. Davis Alexander is the brash young future of the CFL, never shy to antagonize his opponents and their fans. He leads with emotion and epitomizes the bold face of this Alouettes team and has answered every call in every start. So who has the edge? The wily old vet who has been there before, or the young up-and-comer who may be too naive to fear the stage? Old guard versus new guard. Our answer soon. By one of the great poets and writers of our generation, producer Jamie Rydell. The career bios, the resume on the left, of course, much thicker. Harris with 128 career starts, Alexander 11, but that 0 next to it is intimidating. The completion percentage identical, in the last two columns, of course, show the difference between 14 seasons and essentially one and a bit. Kate in the panel with more on the QBs.
Thank you, James Forbes Duthie, if that is correct on Wikipedia, which I know Wikipedia is always correct. Let's look at these two QBs now. And look, the biggest story by far coming into this game has to be the health of Davis Alexander. And missing those 10 games this season, it was a completely different Montreal Alouettes team. Sure, he was on the sideline and he was pumping up the fans, pumping up his teammates, but it was a completely different organization when he wasn't in this game. And look, you can say all the right things, and we saw Phil Pott saying yesterday, yep, he's good to go, everyone's good to go, the MRI looks great, but he gets out of that pocket and he does things that Davis Alexander does, and we know that this may be an issue today, Milts.
Without a doubt. And I hate to have this toxic mindset right now, but let's be honest about it. There's a chance that Davis Alexander could tweak or pull his hamstring again and be taken out. And even if he doesn't, say he's in the game and he's healthy enough to play, but his health is not allowing him to be the productive player he was. Say they're struggling. Say it's 21-3 midway through the third quarter. Does Jason Maas need to step in and take out his warrior quarterback?
Say it ain't so.
Is that a question? Is that something that needs to happen? What do you guys think?
I've been to this game with McLeod Bethel-Thompson, who was the starter, and he didn't finish it. It was Chad Kelly just a few years ago who came and finished it. McLeod Bethel-Thompson, Milt, as you talk about, is the best insurance policy in the CFL right now because of the experience that he possesses. But when you look at Davis Alexander, this is a guy that you want on the field. You look at his record, 9-0 with the field, when he's on the field, 3-8 without it. I don't see why you would take him out unless he cannot walk anymore.
Yeah, Davis Alexander, I'm not taking Davis Alexander out of the field. I don't care if he's 0 for 30 and has 10 yards. If I look at this team and how they ran and what we've seen from them. You talk to everyone on that team from a leadership standpoint, he's the guy. And I think I take it this way, Milt. If they're struggling, and you sometimes go to your backup quarterback if you're struggling. But what have we seen the last few times that other than when they played against their backup, Sask's backup DBs, when we've seen from McLeod Bethel-Thompson this season, it's not been good. So even if Davis struggles, I think Davis struggling, I would rather find better calls. I would rather move the pocket around, whether go max protection, get the ball, just change some things up to give Davis a better shot before I would ever even consider going to Macbeth.
I think it'll be an indictment on the coaching staff if he is not playing and he gets taken out because of struggling. Struggling, keep him in. If he's hurt and can't go, then you can take it out.
What if your star middle linebacker comes up to you and say, Coach, we're doing all we can. Offense is not getting it done. It's not getting it done.
I think they want him out there. I don't think it matters.
I'll say, Darnell, go back and play
You
defense.
go talk to that team right now. They have all the confidence in the world in Davis Alexander.
He's the franchise guy. If he tells you he's good enough, he's got to be out there.
But this is the Grey Cup. This is not a regular season game. You only get one opportunity.
You were saying coaches, too. I mean, look what Jason Maas did at the end of the Hamilton game, too. I mean, those two plays where he found Rambo. I mean, that was a drop back, and it was a perfect pass. And when talking to Davis Alexander this week, that's the creativity you got to see from Maas as well.
Right.
I'm with you when it comes to the coaching staff. Back over to James.
Thank you, guys. The two teams split their regular season matchups. The Riders winning 34-6 in Montreal in Week 9. Al's winning 48-31 in Regina in Week 15. Of note, Davis Alexander did not play in either one of those games. Dave Naylor, and dropping back right after this. The 112th Grey Cup not only features the two best teams in the league, but in many ways Canada's two dominant football provinces. For more, dropping back with Dave Naylor.
Montreal gets the job done, and the Alouettes are off to the Grey Cup.
The West has a new best. After a 5-year run by the Bombers, it's Saskatchewan's time.
The 112th Grey Cup is more than just a matchup of the best teams from the CFL's East and West divisions. It's also a matchup of teams representing Canada's provinces with the strongest football cultures, from the grassroots right up to the pros. Yes, when it comes to producing football talent, Saskatchewan and Quebec lead the way.
football is so strong, so prevalent, and it's not only on the island of Montreal, it's across the province.
To go to Regina and just like see the culture, and people literally live, eat, breathe, sleep football.
For example, the universities of Montreal and Laval were at the very top of the list of schools producing players across the CFL for this season, while the universities of Saskatchewan and Regina were both in the top 8. A strength reflected by both the universities of Saskatchewan and Montreal reaching the national semifinals in U Sports football this season. And that provincial talent is reflected on the rosters of the teams that have made it to the Grey Cup in Winnipeg. The Alouettes have 10 players produced from Quebec programs, a list that includes running back Sean Thomas Erlington and safety Marc-Antoine Dequoy. Meanwhile, the Roughriders have 7 of their players produced from programs within Saskatchewan, which includes defensive backs Nelson Lacombo and Tavon Campbell. Those provincial connections extend off the field on both teams as well. Alouette general manager Danny Machocha and assistant head coach Byron Alchambeau are among the staff produced from within Quebec, while for the Riders, offensive coordinator Mark Mueller is a former quarterback for the University of Regina Rams.
And I know that when I pick up the phone and I call them, it's time to select a player to wear your jersey.
It's definitely very eye-opening and encouraging to see the football community growing.
On the surface, Saskatchewan and Quebec may seem like two provinces that don't share that much in common. But when it comes to their investment and embrace of the game of football, they very much do.
And more proof of the recent Quebec-Saski dominance. The Vanier Cup will also feature Montreal versus Saskatchewan. Les Carabins beat St. Mary's 49-19. Okay.
To say there have been a few QBs in Montreal since Anthony Calvillo is an understatement. Is Davis Alexander the guy? Is he the next franchise quarterback for the Montreal Alouettes?
Alexander, he throws over the top. Rambo dropped it in the bucket for a touchdown.
Biggest play of this game coming from Davis Alexander.
Davis Alexander has had a scorching start to his career.
Down is Davis Alexander after that play.
Davis Alexander dealing with a hamstring pull.
He did it himself, but he got the hamstring again.
And they cannot go much longer without a QB. They need Davis Alexander back so bad.
This is the same team that was on 5, 9th ranked. All over TSN, 3 Down Nation. This is the same team, trials and tribulation. But this is Montreal. This is Montreal. And nobody comes here and takes it all out.
Alexander down the field. Another deep shot, lays it out there. Hauled in by Mack. They'll give it to Scott. Nice cut down to the 5, and he's got it. A perfect 12-0 to start the career for that man, Davis Alexander.
Where else would you rather be? Right. 26,000 versus 100. Yep. I take us every time. Yes, sir. Every time.
Looks down the field to the end zone. Got it. Touchdown, Montreal. Maltos Diaz with an opportunity to win it. The kick is up for the win. Got it. The Alouettes are off to the Grey Cup.
We are back in Winnipeg. James Duthie with you. Sorry we missed you there for a few minutes. We had a full-on power outage here in the stadium. I believe it because Kate's panel is using too many heaters to try to stay warm out here today. We'll roll on with the show, though. 2 years ago, he was a dynasty buster. It looked like the Bombers were ready to win their 3rd Grey Cup and cement a dynasty, but Jason Maas and the Als had other ideas. Now with a chance at their 2nd Grey Cup win in 3 years and a roster built for a multi-year run, maybe he's a dynasty builder. Here's his conversation with Dave Naylor.
Jason, I'll just begin. There are a lot of players, a lot of head coaches in this league that have been transitioning out of being players. And I want to know about the difference between Jason Maas, the player, and Jason Maas, the coach.
The difference, I mean, responsibilities, the big difference. But the dedication and you do anything for the team, that's always been there. I think, you know, there's a different physicality when it comes to preparation as a player compared to a coach, but yet coaching is physical. It's a thing that's different, but all-encompassing, takes your days. Their days are long, both of them. As a quarterback, as a player, coaching hours are similar, but the physicality, that trying to be in tip-top shape is gone. I do that just to stay in shape and do my job a little bit better, but I don't have to do that part anymore. But the mental side, the mental grind is the same. The responsibilities majorly different, particularly as a head coach compared to a player, and even as a quarterback. When you got your responsibility, you want to lead the team the best way you can possibly lead. But as a head coach, you're responsible for much more. And that's the major difference to me. But being a part of a team and loving the team aspect and doing anything for the team is exactly the same, in my opinion.
Your young quarterback has had an incredible start to his career. And a lot of people just see him on the field. And I know he was in the building for a number of years before that. Can you take me through the process of you as a head coach, getting him from the time he first showed up to being ready for when that opportunity came?
Yeah, I can tell you it was a process. I mean, it wasn't given to him first and foremost. He'd been there the year before, and I was told when I came in the building, this is the next guy kind of thing. Like, he's got all these intangibles. He's got all these athletic abilities. He can throw the ball through a brick wall. He can throw it wherever you want to throw it. There was some growing that needed to be done, particularly in our offense. Our offense is not very easy to learn. There's a lot of nuance to it. Cody was the perfect mentor, in my opinion, for Davis. And Davis was like a sponge with Cody, picking up everything of how to learn it, because Cody had gone through the same thing. But I will always say this about Davis. From the moment I met him, from the moment I watched practices with him and saw him in those situations, he competed. And maybe it didn't look pretty all the time in 7-on-7s and 12-on-12s. But the moment we went into any type of competing period, end of the half scenarios, getting him into preseason games, doing anything where it was on the line, he competed more than anybody and was successful. And I could see, you talk about moxie, you talk about things that quarterbacks have that are the intangibles. You started to see it But there was still some learning that needed to be done. And that's all I've seen since, is a guy who's dedicated to the sport, lifting, prep-wise, being a pro. He's doing it all. And he's still young, and so he's still learning as he goes, but it's been tremendous. His professionalism has been tremendous. And when the moment did come for him finally to take over a game and then go on and lead us in starts from there, he was ready in spades for that opportunity, and he has not backed down one bit.
The biggest challenge he's faced in his career has been his availability this season. I know he only started 7 games. And just as a head coach, how do you manage a situation where your starting quarterback, especially with the nature of that injury, might be week to week throughout the course of the season? What kind of challenges?
It's tough. It is tough because, obviously we know he's a franchise quarterback. We know the belief everyone has when he's in there, what everything's possible kind of thing, but you have to get the other guys ready and believing the same thing. And fortunate for us, we've won games with our backups. The last 3 years that we've been here, I think we're up to 10 wins with our backup quarterbacks. Davis is included in that. So our belief in our culture, our belief in our foundation of our team is that we'll win with whoever's in there. Keeping Davis healthy has been the biggest challenge for him. But, that's something that kind of, I don't say is out of our control. We just got to manage it and, have a plan when he's ready and available and completely healthy, and then manage games when he's not been. And fortunate for us is he's not been completely healthy all year, really. So we've had to manage it throughout the year, and this game's going to be no different than that. We'll have guys ready to play in case he can't go. When he's playing, we'll have a plan for that, and then we'll let him go. This is the last one for 6 months. So, this is a give-it-all type game, and he's willing to do that anyways.
You're here with an opportunity to win your second Grey Cup in 3 years. In between, you have a first-place finish and a very narrow defeat in an Eastern final. What do you think you're building here?
We're building something sustainable that can succeed. And, we've built a culture that's defined in that. And it's very simple for us. We've connected. That's one of our biggest beliefs. We respect each other. We're connected to one another in the city, in Montreal, in the 425, let's say who we play for. We compete like hell every single day, and we care about one another, and we believe the process every single day allows us to win. As long as we stay true to those values, we expect to win and get that 9th Grey Cup. And that's just what we built here. We built a belief system based on work and based on people, and I think that is what's sustainable.
It was a bit of a strange season. 5-2 out of the gate, then 5 straight losses in the middle, and roared to 7 wins in their last 8 to get here, including the East semi and final, led by that relentless 45 sacks defense. With more, Kate and Company.
James, a lot of resemblance to the team 2 years ago. That team at one point was 9-9, and then they brought in a guy named Darnell Sankey, and guess what? They ended up winning the Grey Cup. And look, I always think that Montreal has that chip on their shoulder. You saw Isaac Adiemi-Berglund and the way he was going off after the victory there, and they like this. They like being the underdog in the game, but it starts at the top, and what Danny Machocha has put together when it comes to this team is remarkable, particularly on the defensive side. And then it's a guy like Jason Maas, and my goodness, he gets this team to totally believe. Matthew Shinetti was saying earlier this week that he has a whole plan for the entire season, and it includes a Grey Cup parade at the end. And it's hard not to follow a guy like that, Ches.
Yeah, and Jason Maas he's a guy that you definitely follow because you believe him. It's authentic. He is who he is. And he said something earlier I really loved it. He talked about this group and this team he has this year. He said, regardless of what happens this season, if we win the Grey Cup, what we've done so far and how we are as a group, we're all going to remember this. Everybody will remember this group. He said, but if we win the Grey Cup, the world's going to remember us. At least the football world will remember us. And he's talking about basically the relationships they built, the bonds they have, who they are. That's regardless of the results, that's going to be there. But obviously, winning a championship are things you remember forever.
Culture. You ever heard of a losing team saying our culture is strong? Yeah. It never happens. It only happens when you're winning. So it definitely helps when you're winning to build that culture. And I remember when I first got to the CFL, and I think like the 96, 97, we played Montreal. And I remember hearing all this French being talking on the field. I'm like, hold on, what's going on? But then I realized how important it is to have that French presence when you're playing in Montreal. They have it on all 3 levels, on the personnel level, on the coaching level, and most importantly, those players. They have a strong French presence that's not only good for the team, but good for the community. So what they're doing there, what Danny Machocha is building there, what Jason Maas is doing there, Davis Alexander Young, franchise quarterback is truly special.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, Milt. It starts with Danny Machocha. He did a great job coming in when he first took the role, and he was just building it slowly. He brought in the coach. He brought in the guys on defense. And I love this defense because of how gritty they are. Kate, you're talking about Darnell Sankey when he came in, and then you got Beverett and the guys over there. I mean, they do a tremendous job of playing together, being together. You talk to these guys throughout the week, we see them. This is a family. This is a group. Milt, you're talking about culture. This is a family. They're a unit, and they love to spend time together.
Yeah, add to what you were just saying, Milt, about that being there and that they believe in each other. The team is the culture they built there with the Quebecers and everyone else. I did feel like nowhere else I played in the CFL, I did have a feeling that around the community, you're one of theirs. And you play for the Alouettes, and you tell us, who are you, where are you from, play for the Alouettes, you're one of us now. And I felt that more than any other place that I played, that sense of, you play for the Alouettes, you're one of us. And it was just a different feeling.
Well, say something in French, Chaz.
Well, I was going to say
something in French.
Mais oui.
How do I say in French? I'm toasty warm.
Vraiment très chaud.
Oh, oui. Oh, so warm.
He didn't say
so
it.
warm. Do you know who's not warm? James, you're lying to the Canadian people right now. Ellen, our floor director, says you have hot pockets in your pocket. And you've got one hand in your pocket and the other hand on the microphone. Get both hands out, Duffy.
I'm gonna come clean right now. Not only do I have hot pockets on, I have long johns, and then I have those foot hot pockets that you attach to the bottom of your socks. And as soon as we lost the sun here, it got 5 degrees. I'm 5 minutes from parka time. I don't care.
Come on.
I take back everything I said.
Don't do it.
All right, I'll hang in there for you, buddy. We got lots more ahead for you as we count you down to the Grey Cup.
And so it begins.
Watch the biggest shows all in one place. Crave. Right now, get up to 40% off annual plans for your first year and start streaming the latest HBO originals.
Something bad's coming. We need to find this crew before turf war escalates.
Plus, the most anticipated series of 2026.
I'm Sir Duncan de Tall.
You guys do this every day? If we're lucky.
Get up to 40% off annual plans for your first year. Visit crave.ca/Black Friday offer.
Get a full year of the biggest moments in sports for 30% off with TSN's Black Friday deal.
Unbelievable!
Regional NHL, the NFL all the way to the Super Bowl, PWHL, NBA, World Juniors, FIFA World Cup 26, and so much more.
That's what they came for!
And TSN Plus is also included for extended coverage and exclusive feeds. Subscribe now for 30% off. Offer ends December 1st. Visit tsn.ca/subscribe.
Back in Winnipeg, this is the 5th time the city has hosted the Grey Cup. Last one was a decade ago, where if my memory serves correct, it was something like -15. Much balmier today, although, like I said, the sun's disappeared beneath the clouds and I'm fading quickly. But no parka yet. Kate, in the parka panel will have their anytime TD predictions in a second. First, back with Luke and Zach. They're about to do TDs. Most TDs happen inside the red zone. You guys don't have to pick a player, but give me the respective keys to each team deep in the red zone today.
You know, James, when you get into the red zone, windows get tighter, things are amplified, and you go to guys you trust. And I thought what spoke volumes is when you go back to last week, the touchdown to win the game to Tommy Neal, that says that this entire staff, the offensive coordinator, Mueller, these guys trust Tommy Neal. The year 5 man out of the University of McMaster gets it done. And this is what I love about this. He's the first read. Look at Trevor Harris here. He gets the ball. I like to call it an angle route. This is not a progression. They go into the huddle. Season on the line. A trip to the Grey Cup. And whose number gets called? Tommy Neal. And that's something that I look at and say, they trust this guy, they believe in him, and they really have a good feel and chemistry between Trevor Harris and him. Again, I thought beyond the play, just the fact that that is the call, the go-to guy, spoke volumes to me.
Yeah, and it's something they've obviously talked about during the week. It was a play that was drawn up specifically for a situation like that, whether it's the end of the game or just a red zone play. And like you said, they're moving to a bunch there. Tommy is the first read there. And we were talking about it last night. Was it an option route? Ran into him on the elevator today. I said, Tommy, I got to ask you, was that an option route? And it was. And he said, you know, the defender was kind of giving him a two-way go, and he decided to cross face. And it was just excellent communication in the reps that Trevor and him have worked out for him to throw the ball, deliver it like that, and Tommy to make the play.
When you say two-way go, what does that mean?
So, again, we're moving to a bunch formation there. So it's giving Trevor a clue there what the coverage is. It was man coverage, and Tommy could either run a slant to go inside the defender or break out based on the leverage of the defender. And, again, he was kind of giving him a muddy picture.
And I'll say this, James, great players who are very trustworthy get option routes. Guess how many option routes I got to run in my career? Zero.
Now, what about on the other side of things for Montreal in a situation like that? Who will be their go-to guy if you have one play to win it?
To me, it's Sneed. To me, it's Sneed. Again, he's been a guy for them that they can rely on. I think I heard that he's roommates with Davis, so they have a rapport there as well. Not only will plays be dialed up for him, but Davis, with his style, the way that he can move around, there's a play right there. Sneed catching the ball in the end zone. That was on a scramble by Davis. So that is something that is a skill that can be worked on, but some guys just have it, and Tyler's a guy that has it.
I'll say this, too. His toughness last week, that hit he took from Stavos, and then gets up, holds on to the ball, and then gives the first down sign. It was an unbelievable football play, great hit. But that, to me, spoke volumes. You mentioned how great he is at scrambling. When you can combine all of his talent, and you can be tough as nails like that.
I think he got the game, basically the game-winning touchdown a few plays later.
Yes,
it was awesome.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, Kate, they have laid 2 possibilities for anytime TDs on a platter. Let's see if the Parka panel listens at all to the other panel when they do their choices.
First of all, Zach, you are correct. They are roommates, which is one thing. And let's talk about the toughness of Tyler Sneed for a moment here, because you're right. He's not just a great receiver. I mean, he does it all. He makes blocks. I mean, he is physical. He's pretty much, half of his game is what Milt Stegall would never do in his career at all, set a block. But overall, let's get our touchdown picks today. Who's scoring a touchdown in this Grey Cup, Milts?
Tyson Philpott. And Tyson Philpott, the last time these two teams played, he torched them. He had 9 catches, 238 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But all the people in Saskatchewan were saying, we didn't have our 2 starting cornerbacks. You torched them back.
That was the story. Yeah.
And we had a big touchdown catch in the Grey Cup. So I think he's going to duplicate that. Tyson Philpott will score today. He will celebrate. And he will get the biggest contract for a Canadian receiver this offseason.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I look at this Montreal offense, and there's a running back that probably get most of the touches is Stevie Scott. But if I look at what Sask is going to do defensively, I think the first thing you do for your Sask, you take away the first look. And when you take away a quarterback's first look, he goes to a running back to check it down. Ask anybody in that Montreal locker room about Travis Tice. He's excellent out of the backfield. Somebody described him as kind of like a CMC type guy. He's a guy who's got great hands, spread him out. I expect him today, because Davis has to get the ball out, protect himself a little bit. I think Tice has a big role in this game.
I'm going to look at, Kate, the Saskatchewan defense. And if these guys, if these guys get their hands on the football, this game could get ugly. It could become a belt-to-backside type of game.
Belt-to-backside.
It'll get
kids
ugly.
again, Enoch.
Come on, don't say that, man. I don't believe that. What I'm saying is they have an opportunity to completely change the complexity of this game. And they have guys like Tavon Campbell. They have Sales. They have Roland Milligan. Yeah. We don't talk about him enough anymore. because we know what he did last year. This is a gamer, and this is a big game. He can show up.
Let me add this to that. All the eyes, they play so much zone too. When you play zone, your eyes are on the quarterback. That's a chance to make big plays and interceptions.
I'm going with Dante Myers in this one because you know what? I picked him last week. He only ended up with 3 targets. Trevor obviously saw Emilus there first, and then Kean Schaefer-Baker. I think he's in for a monster one again. No Keyshawn Johnson, no Robustelli in this game. So I'm going with Myers as my pick. James?
So in summary, you completely ignored everything that Zach and Luke said and didn't pick either Tyler Sneed or Tommy Neal. Thanks, Kate. Lots more ahead for you. We have a great feature, by the way, on Tyler Sneed a little bit later on in the show. Don't forget the Bud Light halftime show tonight. When you're done watching 30 minutes of the Riders and the Alouettes, MGK coming your way. I always introduce our next guest as the host of TSN Radio, but now he's a TV host after hosting Grey Cup Saturday yesterday.
Right, JD.
I guess
following your footsteps, buddy.
I know. You did a terrific job, by the way. I sat home in my hotel room and watched most of it. It's Aaron Korolnik, who also is one of the most knowledgeable stats guys in the CFL anywhere. We have seen, you're going to do MVP a little bit later on in the show, but one of the defining storylines of the last couple of Grey Cups is big underdogs winnings. It's something to watch out for today.
Absolutely. You think about the odds makers in the biggest game of the Canadian Football League season, the line should be the sharpest, but in fact, it's been like butter knives, JD. And you think about Montreal as a 7.5-point dog winning outright in 2023. The Argos as 9.5-point dogs winning outright in 2024. Montreal is a 3.5-point underdog in this game. And if they were to be victorious, I think there are 2 players I think would play crucial roles for the Montreal Alouettes. Starting with Stevie Scott, their running back. FanDuel listing him with an over-under of 42.5 rushing yards. I really like the over. The touches have been there for Stevie Scott in recent weeks. Double-digit carries in 7 of his last 9 games, including a massive game in the East semifinal and a massive game the last 2 times these two teams played each other against Saskatchewan. He had 135 yards rushing on a ton of carries. If Montreal is going to have success on the ground, Stevie Scott will be a huge part of that. Let's also talk about Tyson Philpott. I really like his over of 63.5 receiving yards. He's the most targeted receiver in the Canadian Football League over the last 3 weeks, 32 targets in the last 3 games, a propensity for the big play, including the last time these 2 teams played, Tyson Philpott went off for 238 receiving yards. I love Tyson Philpott. I love Stevie Scott. I love the Owls. in the Grey Cup.
Yeah, Kate and the panel were talking about 9 catches in that game, also 2 TDs and a 77-yarder, which would have put him over it in one.
I would like that. I would like that very much.
One single play. Again, AK will be back a little bit later on for his MVP favorites in this one. It's been a busy week as well for the insiders, Dave Naylor and Farhan Lalji, who will be with us throughout the day. They join us now, guys.
Thanks, James. Yeah, it was a different kind of Grey Cup week with the Mike O'Shea drama playing out beginning on Monday when he got on a plane and flew to Toronto, met with the Argos over a day and a half. And it's my understanding the Argos threw everything at him. You know, they were going to give him titles. They were going to build personnel department around him, cut to suit. And ultimately, the ball was in Mike O'Shea's court. And I don't believe that midday Friday, Mike O'Shea knew what that decision was going to be, but he informed the Winnipeg Blue Bombers late on Friday. I think the attraction of his family being in Winnipeg now for the last 12 years and really enjoying life here in Winnipeg, he ultimately just chose the known over the unknown.
Meanwhile, while we didn't know until Friday what was happening with O'Shea, General Manager Kyle Walters, who was also on an expiring contract, I think around the middle of the week, around Wednesday, they got a sense that they were going to make that decision to keep him here. A 3-year deal for Kyle Walters, so some stability there as they look to keep the band back together. But will all of the band be back together? Assistant GM Danny McManus is going to interview at some point here for the GM vacancy with the Hamilton Ticats. They have asked for permission to speak to McManus. He won a Grey Cup as a quarterback with the Ticats. He's well loved in that organization. I think there's a lot of fits there. If they want to go in that direction, McManus has to decide if he wants to leave his Florida home full time. But will he return to Winnipeg? He's got an offer to do that, or will he take the big title in Hamilton? We'll find out within the next week or so.
And of course, our attention turns now to the vacancy for the head coach in the Toronto Argonauts, with them not able to land Mike O'Shea. And I think there are 4 candidates that come to the forefront here. 3 of them external, 1 internal. The first 2, Kent Austin, the offensive assistant at Auburn University, certainly very familiar to CFL fans, was a longtime player and quarterback in the league, and has coached in both head coach in Saskatchewan and Hamilton on his resume. And Orlando Steinauer, of course, former Hamilton Tiger Cat head coach, was an Argo player, was on the coaching staff with the Argos in 2012 when they won the Grey Cup. He is the president of football operations for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, but there is some expectation that at some point in his career, he's going to return to the sidelines and want to coach. We don't know whether this is that time. The Argos have not requested permission yet to speak to Steinauer, but we expect that to happen early this week.
Yeah, and as far as internal candidates are concerned, I think Mike Miller, the current quarterback coach, would probably top that list because of his relationship with Chad Kelly. Now, with Chad Kelly, there's a little bit of unpredictability. He's not for everybody, but he has a strong relationship with Miller, who's been a play caller previously, but not in the CFL. So do you make him the head coach and the offensive coordinator in some capacity? That's certainly a possibility. Miller's going to get strong consideration. And another name to keep an eye on, Noel Thorpe, the defensive coordinator here with the Montreal Alouettes. Maybe about a decade ago or longer, we were talking about Thorpe as a potential head coach candidate, but now his name hasn't come up in a number of searches in the last few years, but he's done a very good job here with the defense the last 4 years in Montreal, and he could be a candidate. Meanwhile, James, here's something for you. I know you've been debating back and forth about where to put your hands, hand warmers, pockets, things like that. Just go with the gloves. It's much easier.
Once again, I'm not between 2, insider guys like you. I'm next to 2 tough football players who are goading me to carry this on as long as I can. I don't know how much we have left, considering there's 4 hours and 44 minutes still to kick off of the 112th Grey Cup.
try my best. It sounds cliche, but tell me, would you wait for me? Baby, I'm a rolling stone. I got a lot of right in me, but I don't want to say this wrong. Tell me, would you stay with me? Maybe we can make this home. You should run away with me, even if you're better off alone.
Back in Winnipeg, where the first, player/coach out on the field, Byron Archambault, special teams coach, out and getting ready. He looks like he's ready to play still, too, the Alouette special teams coordinator. You know, the province with arguably the most passionate fan base is the one that has celebrated the least. The Riders only have 4 Grey Cup wins in their long history, so we know what a 5th would mean, especially to the players who grew up there. Claire Hanna has lots more.
Yeah, James, and when I was talking to quarterback Trevor Harris after they won the West Final, he said he looked around the Saskatchewan Riders locker room and he noticed Saskatchewan-born players like Logan Ferlin, Mitch Picton, Jorgen Hughes, offensive coordinator Mark Mueller, and he said the joy on their faces knowing that they were going to their first Grey Cup representing the green and white, he said it motivated him, really throughout this week. And I think it's important to touch on some of those players. So let's start with Jorgen Hughes, the long snapper. He said growing up as a kid, this was his dream to play in a Grey Cup. Now, he had a cup of coffee in the NFL, but when he came back to Canada, it was the Edmonton Elks that owned his rights, and he said there was no team he wanted to play for except for Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan made a trade to get him. And then there's Mitch Picton. Just 2 days ago, he found out he was going to be playing in this game on the depth chart. He's been in and out of their lineup all season long. Now, he grew up in Regina, played for the Regina Rams. His cousin, Noah Picton, was his quarterback, and I asked Mitch, I said, how often in the backyard did you guys pretend you were throwing a touchdown pass or you were catching it to win the Grey Cup? And he said a lot. And then he got teary-eyed when he said that when Noah saw his name on the depth chart, he said, hey, I am going to be making that trip down Highway 1. I will be there for you. And then I think we've got to touch on offensive coordinator Mark Mueller. Every single time he walks into Mosaic Stadium in Regina, he walks past a statue of his grandfather, the late Ron Lancaster, who led the Saskatchewan Roughriders as a quarterback to their first Grey Cup in 1966. Mark Mueller got to be the water boy for the Hamilton Tiger Cats when Ron Lancaster was the coach there. He said, not a day goes by that he doesn't think of something that his grandfather taught him. He said, it's a dream to be in this position. But just for all of those Saskatchewan-born players, this game probably means a little more. It's going to be very cool to watch them on the field tonight.
Terrific stuff. Claire Hanna following the Riders. I have an update here. This big, tough tight end next to me who's won Super Bowls, played in
right under the bus.
I don't like this update.
Frozen Lambeau Field is now visibly shivering next to me.
Wow.
So.
Right under the bus.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I don't know how long it's going to last, but we're hanging on to the suits for now. Look, the Riders have the best O-line in the league and this punishing runner in A.J. Ouellette. And Montreal only has the 6th best run D, though they're terrific in every other capacity. So is it fair to say that if they dominate there, they likely win the Grey Cup in the running game for Saskatchewan? And if they are to do that, how do they do it?
Absolutely. And you said it. And I do think you need to give some flowers to the GM, Jeremy O'Day, former offensive lineman himself. And you can see how he constructed this roster. But to me, it starts with Jamarcus Hardrick. This guy just won Most Outstanding Offensive Lineman at the award show this week. And he deserves it. He just really pushes, grabs, does whatever, fights. I love his technique. He seems nasty out there. He's aggressive. And I give a lot of flowers to A.J. Ouellette. But to me, this guy is a leader. And you take a talent like Jamarcus, and you combine it with a Ferlin, at center, who's a smart player, 2-time All-Star. I love it. And Zach, I'm going to ask you, I've never met the guy, but he does seem like a joy, but he seems pretty tough.
He is. Yoshi's a joy to be around. Whether it's practice or on the field, he really sets the tone for the offense. And he's nasty, man.
This is what I want to know, because you want that nasty offensive
That's what you
lineman.
want. I mean, you want all 5 guys to be that way, but he kind of brings it out of everybody, right? Not just the O-lineman, but the wide receivers when they're blocking as well. Like, they want to finish the way that he does, and he brings that every single snap.
I love that. This gets me fired up.
Yeah.
I love it. I love nasty O-linemen that finish like that.
He does an unbelievable job. The thing that I'll say about the run game for the Riders as well is when you're playing a team that does things in the nature of the Owls, right? Their attacking style, their pressure packages. What you want to do is be able to run the football and try to take advantage of how much movement that they're showing you, right? And we talked about it last night a little bit. If you got one or two guys just out of position. A.J. Ouellette, who I think had 6 explosive runs last week in the West Final.
Yes.
I mean, he can make you pay. He can hit his head on the goalpost, like at any time.
And you know, it's tough. We talked about this defense, but you said it, where one of the best ways to attack a Noel Thorpe defense is to run right at it.
The run game, because like we were talking about last night, there's so much movement, and there's different layers to the defense. If just one guy is out of place, he could take it to the house.
Yeah.
How big is Mustafa Johnson, who is a game-time decision?
Huge. I think it's probably the biggest storyline. I mean, if he can go out there, they can do a lot of things defensively, because he can occupy not just one gap, not just one offensive lineman, but 2 or 3, and he keeps those guys off Darnell Sankey and Tyrese Beverett, and those guys are probably the best tacklers in the league.
So if Alexander's hamstring's the number 1 important thing, Johnson's health is number 2, probably? No,
that's probably number 1. You're right.
No, 1A, 1B. Because
from my perspective, it's Mustafa.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it 100%. All right, lots more ahead for you as we count you down to the 112th Grey Cup game. Montreal, by the way, led the CFL in fewest yards allowed, fewest passing yards allowed. The run D, the only weakness, at least statistically. Lots more just ahead for you.
Shaking, I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions, baby. There's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation, manipulate my decisions, baby. There's nothing holding me back.
Back in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Still a terrific day as we count you down to the Grey Cup. 4.5 hours and change until kickoff. One of my favorite little bits every Grey Cup week is when Paul LaPolice, who really never stops coaching, goes to a local team to demonstrate something that will be critical today. Lapo.
I'm here with the Vincent Massey Trojans, 6-1 this year, local Winnipeg team. Great job, guys. Okay, they're going to help us talk Rider defense, stopping the run. The best in the Canadian Football League at stopping the run. How do they do it? They move their front. They do what's called line stunts and move spots. Now, when you look at an offensive line, there are spaces on the field. This is called the A gaps between the center and guard. This is the B gap. This is the C gap. And if you had a tight end, there's a D gap. And what does that mean? When the ball hits the line of scrimmage, you have to have a defender in every space. If a defender's in that space, the ball can't go anywhere. The hardest part of the Rider defense is they move as things happen when the ball is snapped. So let's take a look, guys. Let's show them this picture. Okay, get set. This is an inside zone play that's going to run to the right. All right, but here's the alignment of our defense. The defensive linemen, they're going to move. Guys, you ready?
Ready, ready, go set, hut. The D-line moved. They've done a run stuff. They switched the gaps post-snap. And then after that happens, here comes the linebackers, and we're going to hand the ball off. Ready, ready, go set, hut. Here comes the middle linebacker. And then the will linebacker runs over. It's very difficult for these guys to get off the blocks when this thing moves. Now the will linebacker's free to make the tackle on the back.
On this first play, you're going to see the defensive linemen. This is what we're talking about, moving the front. They're aligned in certain gaps, and then when the ball's snapped, they go a different direction. The back sees this too, and that forces him to go to the right. But here comes the linebackers. A.J. Allen's free because everybody moved to the different gaps. He runs over the top to take the next gap.
Now, this next play is what you call gap exchange. And usually this is done on the backside of the run play, trying to stop teams from attacking the edge and the perimeter. Now, a little bit different picture. My man number 11, Malik Carney, right here. They take the defensive end, put him off the ball. They move the defensive tackle out here. Now, normally, when guys are up in this space, they're in a position where that player has contained. He's the widest. He's got the widest gap normally. And Malik Carney would be into that gap. And that's what they're trying to make you think about. But that's not what's going to happen. When the ball is snapped, ready, ready, go set, hut. This end runs right down and closes this gap off. Here comes Malik Carney. As the tackle goes to get him, he's now a free player because he thinks he's got that gap. Nope, he's running all the way to the outside gap, called gap exchange.
Look at this picture. A little bit different front now. Watch. The defensive end is lined up as a linebacker, and he's usually, the player in that spot is responsible for an inside gap. But that's not what happens. This gap exchange, Mike Rose runs down to the gap, frees up Carney to take the edge of the defense and make the tackle.
Now, one of the other things a lot of defenses do, and especially this Riders run defense, is they're going to set some of their run blitzes based on where the back aligned. We're in a shotgun formation. The back's aligned to the left of the quarterback. 9 times out of 10, the run play's going in that direction. So what does the line do? They're going to move, and you bring a perimeter blitz because the quarterback in a lot of the plays in the Canadian Football League will read the end and have a run-pass option. Force him to hand the ball off. How is that going to happen? Let's take a look. My front still going to make another move. Ready, ready, go set, hut, move to your gaps. Everybody gets engaged. Now, I got 2 guys left over here. I've got a boundary halfback, and I've got Malik Carney again at defensive end. Now, there's 2 gaps left. Here's the B gap. Here comes Malik Carney closing off the B. And here comes the guy going to the QB. So they outnumber you on the backside. Quarterback has to hand the ball off so he doesn't want to get sacked. Malik Carney's right there to make the play.
One thing Saskatchewan always does is they set their blitzes based on the alignment of the back. Look at the back over here. He's aligned to the left of the quarterback as the offensive looks at it. Well, you've got to get some extra people to handle the defenders to the right because the quarterback's going to pull this zone read. But here you go. Coming off a blitz, Malik Carney, he's going to run down to the B gap. Roland Milligan's going to run through the C gap, forcing the quarterback to hand the ball off.
Thanks especially to Coach Blagden for getting these guys with me so we could talk a little bit of football today. Thanks for everybody. This is the Fort Garry Lions brand new field built in September. Multi-levels of the government, the province helped out with this, but also the Winnipeg Blue Bombers helped. And they're 5 minutes away, their stadium. They do a lot of stuff here. This is one of their extra fields that they will use, and all their youth programs are done here. So this is a beautiful new facility. All right, Braxton, bring us home.
Terrific job by Lapo and the boys. Yes, we're watching the 2 best defenses in the CFL this season among the glorious stats. 80 combined turnovers. They create chaos. Sask second in picks. Montreal tied for first in fumbles recovered. One of the greatest contrasts between the players you'll watch on the field tonight and the commentators like me who talk about them is what we wear on our faces. The players use eye black liberally and look like true warriors. We use powder puffs. Except for Kate Burness, who was more than willing to go full combat mode face paint with a couple of Al stars.
I can't even believe how different you look right now.
Okay, I can try this.
Are you gonna actually do this?
Absolutely.
No, you're not.
There is that man, Darnell Sankey. Wow! Pressure on! Isaac Adeyemi Berglund! You feel him every time he's near.
Good to see you.
Welcome to a really fun shoot. You are notorious for your different looks.
Yeah.
Correct?
Right.
When did this start?
I mean, I think I've done the eye black my whole career, but I think once I got to the CFL, I really started amping it up a little bit with my little jungle pattern I do. So.
I actually have never seen you in person without your eye black on, so this is interesting to me right now. It doesn't look as intimidating, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I can understand that.
When did it all start for you?
It actually started when I played stage up football here in Quebec, actually. A lot of people think it's to make me look scary or to intimidate other people on the opposing team, but it's more for me, and that's how it started. It's more for me to be in my own space.
Was there someone in particular?
I mean, Ray Lewis.
Of course.
Yeah, Ray Lewis, you know, but I think it was, for me, it was more of like just setting myself in that zone. It just helps me focus, you know, like I'm in game mode now.
So it's not an alter ego, it's not someone else you become.
Football, you know, a lot of people look at it as a more physical sport, but it's just as much mental. You have to be in a mental space where you can do things where someone off the street can't do. So that's where I have to be mentally. I have to be in a spot where I'm okay with, you know, hurting another person or being violent, aggressive, explosive, different things that you're not gonna be when you're on the street, when you're outside of the building. Putting that on allows me to be in that space.
You've had a bunch of different looks. It hasn't just been the jungle phase for you. Like, we've seen you in a bunch of different ones.
Yeah.
Do you look at yourself that day and pick that day, or is this like preconceived before you get to the stadium?
It's whatever I feel once I get there. For the majority of the time, I do the jungle look, but there are times I do the raccoon eyes where it's like they're both black with the jungle.
More like Isaac's. Isaac's got the whole eyes.
Yeah, he's got the
down.
black here. I like to do it more like, you know, that's as best as I can describe it, like the jungle. You know, like I'm in the jungle, like I'm in a war. This is a very special process. I don't usually
people?
Yeah, I usually don't do this. It takes a lot to get off, but for me, it doesn't really matter where I start, and it's usually in silence. But as you know, like I get the whole eye. I start from here, close my eyes, like that. See, I'm already entering in that.
Yeah, now I can feel it. I can sense it.
I'm already getting in that zone right now.
Got you.
So this is literally it. Close my eye.
And you always go right through your eye as well.
Yeah, I always do. I always close my eye.
Have you ever played professionally without it?
No. I tried to in college one time. I thought I was bigger than the process. And my coach, he's still the coach now at Southeastern Louisiana. We were losing at halftime. He told me to get in the damn locker room and put the MF face paint on. So I went there and I did. We ended up winning. It was at.
How was your first half compared to your second half?
Way better. We ended up winning. I got a sack. We ended up winning. It was against McNeese State. And then after I do this, I always do it a little darker. So I'll do it right now. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. So I go like this. Get the lines thick, you know, because once you take that helmet off and on,
I was going to say, at what point now, do you reapply at halftime?
No. Once it's on, it's on. Once I'm in the mode, I'm in the mode. So there is no going back. And then after this, I'll do the eyes.
Is the Burrow sack still your favorite sack?
It's probably my most memorable just because I had my family in the stands. I'd been at college for 3 years, and it was the first time that my grandparents, my mom, and my brother could get down. And obviously it was at LSU. It just was such a big game. It was my first game starting. I was a captain. We had a new coaching staff. I don't know if it's my favorite sack because of the sack.
But it's because of the circumstances that came with it. That makes sense.
Yeah, and you can kind of see if you watch that film.
By the way, you just turned to me and you look so drastically different.
Yeah, way different, yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff went into that one play.
Adeyemi Berglund gets there.
What's made this season special for you? Not that you haven't had great seasons in the past, don't get me wrong, but there just seems to be something a little bit different.
I feel a little bit more comfortable. I think a lot of people have overlooked the continuity of our defense and of our team in general. And it's a lot different when you're out there with the guys that you trust. But it's just allowed me to play a little bit faster.
Who's the hardest to tackle?
The hardest, I have to give it to Rourke. he's instinctive, man. Like, he just knows where to go. Like, even when, you know, he can't see it on the backside, he just can feel the presence.
I would say the most pure, elusive quarterback is probably Trey Ford, I would say. I mean, but obviously Cody's playing now. When I hit Cody and I hit him very hard and he got up, that pissed me off.
Did it?
Yes. So, like,
did you feel bad hitting him? That was your former teammate.
No, I didn't feel bad at all. He knows what it is. Once we're on the field, there's no friends.
You're right.
There's no friends on the field.
Yeah.
So this is it, look, right here. Right, so I got my eyes black.
I will say, you have gone from 0 to 100 very quickly over here.
And then after, I usually just kind of go like this.
How long does this take to get off?
I mean, I could take it off in a couple minutes. It's just scrubbing.
Got you.
Yeah, you know, just soap and water, and so it's like this.
I can't even believe how different you look right now.
This is the look right now. Now I'm in the mode.
No, now you just want to go play football right now.
I want to go play ball. I'm ready to go
Yeah.
snack something.
It looks good.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually quite impressed. It almost looks like the Ultimate Warrior, if I'm honest with you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know, man. It's a weird look, but
it works.
It feels comfortable.
All right, I'm gonna allow this. If I was to look meaner, I know it's difficult to think of.
Different, yeah.
What would I do on my face?
You might be good with like a one side of the face paint. You could do lightning bolt like through the eye.
Okay, I can try this.
Are you gonna actually do this?
Absolutely.
No, you're not.
You're speaking to the wrong woman. Am I gonna try this? I'm obviously done.
Is she gonna do this? Are you actually gonna do this?
Yeah. Do you want to try it?
I don't want to put it on.
Oh, okay.
No, I can't put it on.
Okay, how about I'll do the first line and then you can collect through. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Okay. Trust me. What side do I start on? So let's do this. Okay. How's that look?
That's good.
Thank
That's
you.
pretty good.
Thank you. And then through the eye, you close the eye.
Well, that's a pretty vulnerable spot with the eyeball. Let me get the last line.
Okay.
You get the middle line.
Okay, I'll get the middle line.
And I'll get the last line, yeah.
I don't think I look scarier, if I'm honest with you. Wow, through the eyeball is quite difficult. How's this?
That's pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
Okay, last line. Let's see. Do I look scary?
You look good.
Scary?
Yeah, scary good. Kind of.
Scary
you ever
good.
You ever see Vikings?
Oh, wow. Do you think I should do one more?
You could. I don't know. I like that.
Do you like this?
Yeah. I would make it a little thicker.
Okay. What's so funny about this? I think it's awesome.
I can't believe you're doing this.
Why? I really get into my job.
It's good. It's commitment, right?
You know what? That's what I said coming into this shoot. It's 0 to 100.
Yeah, I like it. You can patch it. The eyeball I'm kind of scared of, but
I'm terrified of myself.
You ever see Vikings? It's like you kind of look like one of those like Asgard warriors.
Thank you. I agree with you.
I like it.
I like it too.
Well, hopefully we can get you on the field with us.
We look scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just need you on the blitz.
Me coming off a blitz. I'm
Off the edge. Off the edge.
I am quick.
Hey.
I'll tell you this. I am scary quick.
That's what I'm saying. Well, we just got to make the play. Hopefully it's an easy quarterback to tackle.
All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, scary. I'm smiling.
Yeah, scary.
Scary.
You are intimidating and terrifying, KB. Adiemi Berglund, East nominee for Top Canadian, 11 sacks, tons of pressures, just a brilliant season. If you were really committed to the bit, Kate, you would have come out with that for the entire pregame show today.
Absolutely do it, James. Don't you
wait a minute.
Hang on a minute. Okay, Enoch looks scary.
He is scary.
I look adorable, and these two, like, this looks like Chesy's daughters painted Milt and
Milt looks better.
Oh, Milt. Oh, Milt. All I've heard all week, I'm the most handsome man in Winnipeg, and everybody loves me. But now, that's the look we need from you. Let's talk about this Montreal defense a little bit more. And look, we concentrate on the players all the time, too, but let's give a little credit here to Noel Thorpe and what he's done. I mean, the stuff that he throws out there some games, and we were talking with Zach yesterday, and he even explained it even better. But you don't know what's coming at the offense sometimes when it comes to this. But as you say, Enoch, these guys are so interchangeable, and that makes it incredibly tricky on the offensive side.
Absolutely, Kate. Look, these two defenses are extremely talented. But more to that, this Montreal defense brings another angle to their skill. And the ability to, the best defenses are like magicians. They're able to disguise and deceive. And what this defense is able to do, you talk about being interchangeable, the biggest Swiss Army knife is Beverette. He could literally play on any level on this defense. But beyond that, you got Kenton Arcou, you got Berglund, you got all kinds of guys, including Dequoy, who can play from the top and come all the way down, line up as a linebacker, line up as a defensive lineman. The ability to just change positions just like that. And Zach will tell you, as a quarterback, the great ones, they'll come on the field in the very first second. They look, okay, 24 is lined up over there. I know what's coming. But these guys can change positions and run the very same play. That brings a completely different air to this defense, and it makes them dangerous.
Yeah, it's very confusing for an offensive coordinator, quarterback, or even receivers who like to read defenses, where you have interchangeable parts, where you think, okay, the safety is left the middle of the field, now the middle is open, but then Beverette rotates to the middle of the field, or the halfback over you blitzes, so you're thinking it's zero or a man, and then Dequoy rotates over. So there's so many confusing things that they can do as a defense, and it's very complex, and it works in their favor. You know, they're making plays. You talk about Beverette, he is their guy, but Murray, he has a couple of sacks and a couple of interceptions. Dequoy, 3 sacks and interception. Sutton has 2 interceptions. So they're getting, everyone's contributing, and that's a big reason why this defense has done so well.
Yeah, and also let's give credit that this name, Noel Thorpe's name, doesn't come up a ton, or at least enough in head coaching conversations. We both have played for Coach Thorpe. There's been an evolution with Noel Thorpe, and he deserves to be in that conversation a lot more. Looking at Sass defense, I think this is going to be the key to the game, is Sass taking away the first look for Montreal. You always want to take away the first look for the quarterback. That's obvious, and guys go through the progressions. As good as Davis Alexander has been, he's still a young quarterback. Yep. And so usually we see with Davis, we see him get to his first read, get to his second read, and then, unlike Trevor Harris or Zach or these guys who get to their third or fourth read, it's really gets to his second read, and then Davis takes off. Now, today, he's probably not going to have the ability to do that. So if Sask, and I'm certain, I know Josh Bell, I know Cory, they're going to try to take away that first read and make Davis now figure out, can he run? Is he elusive enough to do that? Taking away the first and second read for Davis, I think that's going to be the key to this game.
You talk about how Sass, they play a lot of zone. Do you think they will change it up just a little bit to see if Davis is mobile? Blitz him early on to see if he can move around?
You're blitzing like crazy.
I think so.
And what makes the Saskatchewan Roughriders defense very special as well, they can bring pressure with just 4. They don't have to blitz every time, so we got to keep an eye on that and that battle between the D-line and the offensive line for sure.
All right, this was supposed to be James Duthie's bumper, but I've been told he has to go to the washroom, and what I've also been told is that he's freezing and now needs a jacket, and he's getting all bundled up. Coming up after the break, Dave Naylor sitting down with the Roughriders head coach, Cory Mace.
Come on and celebrate tonight, 'cause everything's gonna be all right. Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on.
hurts.
And the Bombers are going back to the Grey Cup again.
I know Cory Mace and J.O. and Kyle, they'll do a tremendous job in terms of making this a championship caliber roster and team next year.
The first game of 2025 comes to us from the always energetic Mosaic Stadium. Rider fans, I don't hear you!
Do you kick it to Mario Alfred or not?
I saw the hole and I did what I do best.
No one's gonna touch him! No flags down! Walk it off!
Best start in over 50 years continues in Saskatchewan.
T-Money is rolling. He's 39 years young doing it, so it's special to see him out there having fun.
The West Final. The winner goes to Winnipeg in Grey Cup 112. Touchdown! Touchdown, Tommy Neal. 11 seconds to go. Harris found him. The West has a new best. The Saskatchewan Roughriders going to the Grey Cup for the first time in 12 years.
The last 3 minutes of that West Final were like some crazy, wild, emotional roller coaster, one of those ones with 200-foot drops and nauseating loops. And yet Saskatchewan head coach Cory Mace just stood there without changing his expression, just chewing gum. The two biggest kick or gamble decisions of his entire life, and pure poker face. He is the definition of calm in the eye of the storm, and it's a big reason he's in the Grey Cup in just his second year. He sat down with our Dave Naylor.
Cory, you're in your second year as a head coach, and you've been a defensive coordinator and a position coach. What drew you to coaching when you were playing?
You know, I think looking at it, just understanding how much I really enjoyed, you know, looking at the schematics of things. At that time, it was, you know, defensive line play. It was a passion for me. Then, you know, getting hurt kind of just led to myself being able to spend more time in there. Tried some different things, you know, outside of football, and I just realized, man, nothing moved me like football. So it was just, honestly, I knew that I wanted to do it, was going to find a way to do it. It was just very, very, very fortunate to have the opportunity right where I was.
What are the challenges to being a head coach when you're still in your 30s?
Man, I don't know, because I haven't been a head coach in my 40s yet. But you know, I think age regardless, just, you know, you step into a new position, you know, for myself, stepping in a new position as being a position coach, stepping in a new position as a coordinator and a head coach, there's just always going to be new challenges. But to really just, you know, lean on your support system. I'm not very shy when it comes to asking for things that I don't know. I'm not going to ever claim to know everything, and nor do I want to. Want to keep learning. So I just think, you know, coming into a new role with more responsibility, you try to prepare yourself the best you can, but inevitably, you know, there's going to be things that maybe you didn't think of. But you'll either learn from it and get that information, or you reach out to somebody and get what you need.
How do you make sure players see you as a coach and not a peer when your ages aren't that different?
Yeah, I think, you know, to be honest, I'm not too worried about that. Some of my relationships with some of the players, you know, we can. If you sat down and you just say, hey, these guys are great friends. And truthfully, I do. I want that relationship with as many, you know, of our players as possible. But with the understanding that, you know, when it's about what we're doing and why we're here, you know, the business is business, and the standards are set in place for a reason. So to me, it's always made it easier to have those hard conversations with people when you have that relationship with them.
Saskatchewan is a very special place, a very unique place. When you took the job there, what were the things that you felt you needed to be aware of or needed to respect in order to connect with that community?
Oh, man, I just think the understanding that our fan base, you know, I think everybody, you think about Rider Nation and they just show up and they're crazy, and yes, in a good way. Ultimately, I think everything that we do is to emulate our fan base and make them proud of the team that we put out there to represent them. And I can't speak for too many other places, man, but very special in the province of Saskatchewan.
What have you learned about the people or about the province in your couple of years there?
Oh, first things first. sarcasm and humor from people of Saskatchewan are top notch, and I love it, man. It's excellent. But they work their tails off. Never excuses. Doesn't matter what the heck the weather is outside. Doesn't matter the time that they have to get things done. People of Saskatchewan, they get it done. They do it with the people that they love, and they love hard. Man, what incredible intangibles to have for a football team. And to my family, man, we love where we're at. We love being amongst the community. We love being one of Rider Nation.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders have been around for a long, long time, and they have not won a ton of Grey Cups. Everyone is very special and is kind of immortalized. Have you allowed yourself to think about what a Grey Cup celebration would be like in Regina next week?
Yeah, you know, I'd say that from a challenge standpoint, from the outside looking in and understanding what this fan base is for not only Saskatchewan, but for the CFL. Like, you know, the Rider Nation for the CFL is really good. Coming to find out how many Grey Cup championships, this team's had in its history. Man, excited about the opportunity coming here and seeing if we can do anything to change that for the fan base, man. So saw that when we came here last year. See it often. We got work to do, though. It's right here for us. We got work to do. It ain't gonna be easy, but man, nothing's easy in Saskatchewan, baby.
He's impressive, and so is his team in the numbers. Best record in the CFL, led by that defense that allowed under 23 points a game, pressured quarterbacks more than any other team. A relevant stat when the opposing QB today may have to scramble around on that iffy hamstring. This might be the single greatest moment of my entire career. I have outlasted the two tough football players who've gone full parka, toque, coffee. I
thought you were a team player.
I gotta get this.
Like,
What's
going on
here?
here?
Documented forever. Get one of the other panel behind me, also in their parkas.
I thought he was a team player too, Zach.
You know,
gave us a big speech last night.
The wussy pencil-necked host. Outlast. I only did it for the bit. I'm getting in this parka. Next segment for sure. Look, it's a panel rule that you can't second-guess a coach who was right. But I want to know, going into this one, what you guys thought of Cory Mace's decision to kick the field goal on 3rd and goal, and then again to punt on 3rd and 10 and rely on two and outs from his D.
Yeah, I kind of want to tiptoe around this as well, as I'm still playing. I love Cory, but you know, as a quarterback, you're out there in the field and you go through these situations in practice and you talk about them as a team. And when moments like that come up, you look up at the scoreboard and you see the amount of time. You're under 2 minutes, and you kind of think to yourself, "What are we doing? Like, why are we kicking the field goal here? Why are we punting? We might not get the football back." So to me, it speaks volumes about Trevor and the offense, really, of them being able to kind of flush that and move on to the next time they get the football and then drive and score that touchdown.
I'll tell you what, for me, as a player, I just wanted my head coach to be consistent in those situations.
Right.
One of the things I couldn't stand was, one game we're going to go for it, one game we're not. That whole, like, let's feel out the situation. It's not gambling to me. You know, if you're at the roulette wheel, we're not playing roulette here on football.
There's nothing worse than that.
Nothing worse, right? You want to kind of know, hey, we're a team that goes for this, or we're a conservative play caller, and you live and die by your identity.
And I think that gives confidence to the players, right?
Bingo.
And especially if your identity is that we're going to go for it all the time. Like, the offense is like, let's go get it.
No, I will
So do
say
you think
this.
it bleeds into today that way, that if in the same situation we know what he's going to do, he'll rely on his D?
I would say so. And what I would say is that Mace is a defensive coach, you know, and we just ran the graphic. This is an unbelievable defensive unit, best in the CFL, points scored against. So at the end of the day, you do want to rely on your best players.
I'm sure that was part of his calculation right there at the end. Like, we're going to get the football back here. I trust my guys.
And that's exactly where I think his head would go.
Yeah.
Well, ran into Trevor, who said he didn't mind when they kicked the field goal, but he was a little more surprised when they punted on third and 10.
It is a thing, right?
Yeah. But he did say he had told him, if you get the ball back for us, I guarantee we'll score. Now, I don't know if he said that before the 2-and-out or before the last drive. We'll just say it was the last drive because he looks a lot more prophetic that way. It will be really interesting to watch if we get a decision like that late in Grey Cup 112. 4 hours and change now to kick off. Up next, the wild winning run of Davis Alexander, the CFL top plays of the year, also just ahead.
She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel her face when I'm with you. I can feel my face, but I love it. But I love it. But I love it. Oh, I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you. I can feel my face, but I love it. But I love it when I'm with you, baby. But I love it when I'm with you,
Back in Winnipeg as TSN continues to count you down to the 112th Grey Cup. It has been a spectacular CFL season. This is technically week 22. Let's show you the best from the previous 21.
Jordan Williams. Here we go. Herslow the hurdle. He hurdles. He keeps going. Hurdle and Herslow. That puts him into the top 10 all-time in CFL passing yardage. Oh, Kenny Lawler! No. Not again! Not again! As only Kenny Lawler can do, it seems. Towards the end zone! Touchdown! Kenny Lawler! Ridiculous! Lawler does it again! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do your thing! quickly over the middle, juggled and caught by Romastelli.
Here's defense gives chase, but they can't catch Rourke as he cuts back inside the 5. Touchdown, Nathan Rourke. Running underneath it and diving to make the grab.
Cody Fajardo, end zone. Touchdown. He will go deep down the field for Wilson. Up for grabs and he catches it. Oh my goodness. What happened there? Jackson comes away with it. The officials are going to say touchdown.
If you about to do your thing, say yeah. I'm about to do my thing, oh yeah. I try to share the game with y'all, but no one listen. Now they complain and call, but I got that tunnel vision, blocking out the noise and the naysayers. You with actions, a playmaker. Let's get to it. I'm ready, I will prove it. You haters talking foolish. I don't talk, I do it. Now they say there's no stopping me. It doesn't matter what they try. This time we'll be the ones that climb and soar above. No stopping me. There's no stopping me. You can't stop what you can't handle. I got the #1 spot, hot as a candle. Competition's trying to plot, trying to dismantle. All I work for, but I want more. No way you bring me the shambles.
No one's gonna touch him. No flags down. Walk it off.
Do you kick it to Mario Alford or not?
Wow. Deep shot to the right. Devin Jones was open, but coming back for it was Robert Carter. Big heave. Carter intercepted again. Why not? Robert Carter. Mitchell. Deep shot again. Intercepted. Come on. What a pick by Robert Carter. A Brendan O'Leary orange. Oh my goodness, what a catch by Carter.
Hey, the first time wasn't luck. I showed you twice.
Well, he's still running. Byron Archambault, the Al Special Teams Coordinator. I think we showed him about 40 minutes ago, and he hasn't stopped. He's still the only guy out there. The hope every year is that we get 3 or 4 plays that will make us re-edit that list after tonight's game.
Welcome back to Princess Auto Stadium. One thing we know, Winnipeg knows how to party. This city hosting for the 5th time, the 2nd time at this stadium. And although the Bombers aren't here, they have been the most incredible and gracious hosts as we have been here all the way since Sunday. And my goodness, we can't wait for Kickoff just under 4 hours away. 81 regular season games. We have 2 weeks of postseason football, and now the Grey Cup. Look, everyone knows we love to watch film and we love the X's and O's, but you know what we love more than anything?
What's that?
We love to have a little fun. Here are our favorite moments from the past year. It is a wonderful time of year as we kick off another season in the CFL. Look at this guy. He's a Drew Brown doppelganger in a Riders jersey right now. See, look at him. Look at him.
That is Drew. That's Drew.
That is Drew. I honestly.
Kenny, 7 touchdowns in 5 games. So you're on pace to break my single season touchdown record. Slow it down, Kenny, because you know me. I'll come out of retirement. You know I will. What?
What are you doing?
What? Nothing.
What was that?
You know, anyone who says David Sanchez doesn't work hard, it's chop wood, carry water. Go ahead, Chessie. Do it. Okay, we got to get to Enoch. Oh, my gosh. You know what? Enoch's been waiting here the entire time just to cut a wood cookie.
Ottawa better get a touchdown. I don't know if I trust those two with sharp instruments. Back at the sideline with the TSN panel race. It is Sneed versus Burnett. Oh, they're all tied up. Controversy now as Sneed is going down. And now Enoch Mwamba takes it. They're going to carry it. Burnett, is this against the rules?
Is this legal?
There are no rules as Burnett races to the victory with Sanchez and Stiegel well behind.
So boring in here.
Boring? It's time to get the party started.
Yay!
So the party starter starts the party, but he's not going to clean it up?
But who invited him here anyways?
I did.
Kate, you're supposed to plug that up, Kate. It's not even plugged up.
You're not doing anything.
Who gave me this?
There it is. You need beer.
Thanks a lot, Pickett.
Hey, Kate, we're going to have a good time with my former teammate, Win with Banners.
Win, we are so happy to have you for Friday Night Football, but just one tiny piece of advice. I don't think you should do the broadcast with the toothpicks.
I agree. I was going to say the exact same thing, man.
How many do you have in there?
As many as I need. You still do that, man?
Unbelievable.
He is taking this Miltradamus thing way too far. You see, we were at CNE, and I won every game.
You didn't win everything.
Every single game.
They gave it to you, Kate. They gave it to you.
We have video evidence. Look at this. Who wins this one?
There was a camera following us?
The entire time, Enoch. Winner. I want a bat. And let's go to the whack-a-mole. Guess who won?
We're perfect gentlemen.
I had so many, I couldn't even bring them back.
Center on whack-a-mole.
He might not want a Grey Cup, but you should see what Milt did with the cheerleaders here at VA. He's going to go all the way up here. Are you ready?
Okay.
A little wobbly.
Get those hands up.
Gosh, Milt, don't fall, Milt.
Okay.
Don't fall,
Milt.
Milt.
Take care.
Don't fall, Milt. He's not going to go all the way up, is he?
Yeah.
Keep that core tight,
Oh, that's
baby.
strong. That's it.
Keep that core tight, baby.
There you go.
Elks are having a great first half, but the story has to be Kate Burness. Are you serious, Kate? Is that who you're with now, punter? I thought you were engaged to Stripes in Hamilton. This is what we're doing, Kate?
Oh! Britt Dort looks different. Oh, did you record that? We can use that on the bloopers at the Grey Cup. Go back to that guy. I can't believe your team is letting me ride Quick 6.
Pardon?
Yeah, in the email, I get the full horse experience, Quick 6.
Oh, yeah, it's a full horse. It's Slow Rouge.
What the heck is a Slow Rouge?
Right over here, darling.
Let's go find Enoch and Lapo and get you some carrots.
Enoch raced the world's fastest cow.
So I want you to race
Bring on more cows. Bring them on. We'll eat them like burgers.
But
he got a 20-yard head start.
Okay, I don't make up the rules. I don't make up the rules. I can't believe they just let us drive the fire.
Unbelievable. Look at this. I love it. I can't believe you just did that.
I can't stop laughing. Oh, my God.
all right, so we were faking it the whole time. We dressed up a lot.
Yes, sir. This is what we do, Dudley.
You can't tell
This is what we do, Dudley. Where you at, Lou?
Panel,
Where you at, Lou?
Oh, Dudley. Oh, Zach, you guys got here. Oh, are you guys
I'm not sure they
showing your
want to play
warm
this game with us.
jackets?
Let's go.
Come on, Milt, you're breaking up Happy Homes with this look.
I'm taking off my pants.
Please don't.
Please don't. Look, you know what? This is the perfect example, though, of the fun we have all season. We always tell people, too, because we do get once in a while, you guys need to do more of X's and O's and be a little more serious, Ches. Come on, tough it out a little bit here. But you know what? We, at the end of the day, we know that this is football. Football is entertainment.
Yes.
And Milt, I can't even believe you did this. Look, that's what we're doing right now.
I can't believe it. Believe it, I did it. I can't even get my words out. My wife is going to divorce me once again. I can't believe I'm doing this. But hey, we're in Winnipeg. We're having fun, baby. Chaz, why don't you take yours off?
Yeah, I've been busy studying X's and O's. And I haven't got a chance to get to the gym.
Listen, this is what it's all about, though, Kate. Like, even when you talk about football, it's so serious. The stakes are so high. You gotta have some fun.
Hurry up, guys, so I can put my shirt back on. Hurry up.
It's actually not that bad. I might stick to it.
Yeah, okay, Dave, calm down, Davis Alexander. By the way, I was doing a stadium tour here, and I found some interesting things downstairs.
No. 58? Was he born in 58? Yeah. No. Oh, right.
Milt, I was trying to find your Grey Cups.
Oh! Yikes! 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 Did you find them, though, Kate?
Sorry? I'm not even kidding you, though, and Zach Collaros can attest to this, too. I think you could still be on the field.
Okay, don't try to make up for it, man.
I absolutely am. I absolutely am. And you know what? We bug Milt a lot, but if you roll around this stadium, he's pretty much got everything named after him. He's got gate number 1. He's up on the Wall of Honor here. Pretty sure he's named after the Rum Hut. The Pinnacle Club is everywhere.
Oh, yeah, that's all I do is drink rum, huh? That's all I do, baby. That's all I do.
By the way, those technical difficulties earlier, they weren't because of our heaters. It was the fact that I heard the Rum Hut was getting too much of the electricity. Is this true?
I cannot confirm or deny it.
I love that Chez already dressed right back up.
You already had his back on.
What we do for
Go
TV.
ahead and join Duffy on the plan over
How many
there.
clothes will we take off next? Tune in.
Hey, you can't take off anymore. Hold on.
Yes, I can.
Here's some trivia. The Grey Cup holds 150 ounces of whatever you want to pour into it. That would suffice if its function was to be just a cup. But it can't be just a cup if you can't measure how much so many have poured of themselves into it. Something like that doesn't have a shape. It has meanings. Ask Trevor Harris. One of the most accurate passers in CFL history has never been satisfied being just the quarterback who rarely misses. He keeps refining himself in the pursuit of his own Grey Cup moment. Is there any other quarterback who could share that kind of devotion with a team, a province, a pan-Canadian movement like the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
You can feel the excitement and how much these people want this Grey Cup for this team and this province.
Meanings on meanings. Jason Maas speaks of the Grey Cup, his grind for 9, the 425 Fighter Squadron, the FU Just Watch, not as a trophy. It's his team's obligation to its history. Montreal's purpose, like 2009, 2010, and 2023. The Alouettes will not accept anything else but victory. That's why Davis Alexander hasn't lost yet.
Mr. Perfect, 13-0.
He truly is the definition of Montreal football.
We do things our way. We don't care what people have to think about it. We don't care if they don't respect us or not. We're just going to come ready to work.
One more fact. There are 108 plates embossed with 4,049 victorious names. 45 more will be added today. But look closer, and the letters begin to rearrange, and it all reads like 112 years of heroes and victories, and the names not there read like heartbreaks. Gather around now, and we'll pour all of ourselves down this bottomless wishing well, and we'll find the meanings together, because that's what we do every Grey Cup Sunday.
Winnipeg, Manitoba, in a terrific matchup to decide the 112th Grey Cup. Montreal and Saskatchewan, the 5th game of the playoffs, and if it's anything like the first 4, we're in for a treat. We saw one back-and-forth game, 75 points scored, 2 games decided on walk-off field goals, and a spectacular game-winning drive in the dying seconds of the last one, led by this man. Trevor Harris, 39 years old, still looking for that elusive first ring as a starter. Could this be his last opportunity? Grey Cup Sunday, can't wait for it. Here's what we have ahead for you as we count you down through the last 3.5 hours to kick off. Have a terrific feature on Tyler Sneed, the 5'7" terrific receiver for the Montreal Alouettes. The close relationship between Micah Johnson and Cory Mace, teammate and coach. We'll hear from both of the quarterbacks, Trevor Harris and Davis Alexander. And Kate, I cannot say this as well as you guys do, but since I'll straight fire, straight fire, straight fire. I can't do it.
No, you can't. You know why? Because it's called
Straight Fire!
By the way, that's not what we're doing right now. So
No,
calm
okay.
down. I mean, like, all the people at home now think they're going to see their highlights, and we're not going to. Let's take a look at the best storylines when it comes to this 112th Grey Cup. And Milt, you and I completely align on this one.
Yeah.
My storyline is Davis Alexander's hamstring.
Davis Alexander, yeah, without a doubt, his hamstring. But think about if he could pull off this victory with a bad will, start his career in this fashion, that has to be the finest start to a CFL career ever, and one of the best stories, not just in this Grey Cup, not just this year, but maybe in CFL history. You think about what he's done every time he stepped on the field. He pulls this one out, he comes into next year, he may be the face of this league. So Davis Alexander, without a doubt, in my opinion, has a story like no other.
Yeah, mine is Tyson. I'm looking at Tyson Philpott and what he has to do in this game. I really think when you look at the limitations potentially with Davis Alexander, the quick game always goes through him. He's the guy. It's basically their version of the run game. They don't have a great run game. That's the version. Get the ball to that guy, yards after catch. Davis will go to him early and often. 2 games ago, he had 12 targets. This guy, they're going to feed him. I really think that what he's able to do, yards after catch, deep shots, and just being, I really think he's the vehicle and when you look at this offense. So I like Tyson Philpott in this one.
And for you, it's this Riders secondary, and you're looking at them today, and they've got to have a massive game because you look at the receiving core, too, for the Montreal Alouettes.
I mentioned it already earlier. This defense, this secondary in particular, has the ability to change the complexity of this game. And if they can touch the ball, Tavon Campbell, Roland Milligan, and they have the opportunity to do that because I can anticipate Cory Mace not really bringing a lot of pressure because he has a front four that is capable of still getting to Davis Alexander. And we'll see about his health. But this man right here, if he touches the ball, what is it going to be? Belt to backside. It'll be a bad bad turnout for the Montreal Alouettes if this secondary can get to the ball.
All right, James, your panel, your storylines.
Yes, by the way, I wanted to recap for everyone who just may have tuned in and missed the first couple of hours that our panel started off in suit jackets because we were tougher and we were calling them the parka panel and belittling them. And then they took off all their clothes to get the final say. So now we're all at parkas. Now warmth is the priority for the rest of the way here on Grey Cup Sunday. Okay, other massive storylines. Is the most dominant unit potentially in this game Saski's D-line?
I believe so. That's the biggest storyline for me. And when Enoch said about the secondary, their opportunities to get their hands on the ball, it starts up front. When you start watching tape of the Roughriders, you got to figure out how are we going to contain these guys, right? They have Mike Rose, Malik Carney, Micah Johnson. I mean, they got name after name after name that can get after the passer. If you let them take the game over, if you get into second and long situations, they can really change the game. I mean, and a sack, I mean, as you guys know, it is almost like a turnover. So that's a big thing to keep an eye on. And it allows for those defensive backs to keep their eyes on the quarterback, right? Because they play so much zone. Sass is going to do what they do. It's not a ton of man. It's kind of the same zone, just by adjustments, 41, 23, 32 sets. But they are able to keep their eyes on the quarterback because of the pressure the front four, the front five create.
And honestly, for me, I'm going to go on the other side of this. It's Trevor Harris, but it's pre-snap, his pre-snap operation. There's been so much talk about Noel Thorpe and all the different disguises and looks that he has. Trevor Harris is going into game 214 in the CFL. That's a pretty big number right here. But you watch this from last week. Watch Sankey here, and it's a delayed blitz. So he goes, they all line up. Hamilton has enough blockers. But what they do here is they like to trick and disguise. This is why I say Trevor Harris pre-snap needs to make sure everybody's on the same page. So as this ball is snapped here, Sankey's going to pretend like he's dropping. Boom, then he comes. And you look, we have a running back and a lineman that ended up going over to Sankey, and you leave a D lineman untouched. It was second and long. Bo Levi had to get the ball out. So there's little things like that when I say pre-snap, where Trevor Harrison, no one better than you to talk about. It's not just himself. Again, I mentioned that he's played 214 games. Nothing is going to surprise him today, but he has to have his entire offensive line and wide receivers on the same page, because if there are adjustments that need to make place, he needs the guys to execute those adjustments for him.
And that's a huge part of it. The system that Mark Mueller deploys out there, those receivers, particularly the guys that are waggling, have to be able to know when they're hot and when they're not. And there's times with this Owls defense that they can present looks that the receiver might think that they're hot, but they're actually not. So a lot of times when I'm playing against the Owls defense, I want to move the hot reads to the outside. I want my wagglers to waggle, because if I get an opportunity to strike downfield versus a pressure that I know we're picked up against, I want to hit a home run.
Hot or not is also a game we may play with the panel a little bit later on today. Well, Jamarcus Hardrick is out on the field already, all 6'5" and 317 of him. Most outstanding offensive lineman in the Canadian Football League this year. Ready for Grey Cup 112. A little different size comparison would be Tyler Sneed, who's 5'7", and you'd never know it, fifth in receiving with 1,129 yards. Yes, small in stature, but massive in determination. His story next.
dash. It sounds cliche, but tell me, would you wait for me? Baby, I'm a rolling stone. I got a lot of right in me, but I don't wanna say this wrong. Tell me, would you stay with me? Maybe we can make this home. You should run away with me, even if you're better off alone.
More on Tyler Sneed in just mere moments. Fans starting to arrive. There's CFL for you. Sasky fan, arms around the Owls fans. It's all love until kickoff. And there is Cory Mace to the Grey Cup in just his second year as head coach. Saskatchewan has arrived. Montreal due to arrive in just a couple of minutes, but not here just yet. Well, the guy you just saw, Owls receiver Tyler Sneed, has a disproportionate body. I'm not calling him a circus freak or anything. It's just when you watch him play, it's clear that his 5'7" height just does not match with his massive heart. Dave Naylor has that story.
You tell me how you like your hot dogs and burgers and stuff. Getting a couple of these in here. We just want to bring everybody together and just celebrate Tyler. Celebrate him going to the Grey Cup.
Alexander's on the run to his right, lays it out there, big hit. Oh, he got popped down at the 40, but it doesn't matter. Sneed hangs on.
But he told me he went back to the huddle and was having a hard time breathing. He said it took me a while to breathe, get his breath.
Funny.
He got popped.
Yeah.
The smallest guy on most football fields he steps on. Love the bounce up and holding on to the ball.
Always has to prove himself.
He did.
It's always in the back of your head, like, I know they don't think I could do it, but I love proving them wrong.
Touchdown, Montreal!
When he made that touchdown, I was literally jumping up, down, just yelling and screaming so loud.
Can y'all believe he's going back to the Grey Cup?
No, I'm so excited.
I know.
And remember, Tyler and Sydney would always compare who has the biggest muscles.
My family's got a lot of athletes, starting with my mom and dad. My dad played baseball in college and went on to play for the Cincinnati Reds organization.
I was a cheerleader growing up, and I was able to cheer in college at North Carolina State University.
She's the only national champion in the house with the cheerleading.
They got a whole trophy room downstairs that I got to go in and see and kind of look at, and that's how I grew up.
Look how little. Look, his helmet's bigger than him.
I think my dad helped Tyler growing up tremendously. I mean, he was in the same shoes that Tyler's in now.
We're all very short. I'm the shortest. Tyler, he's 5'7". I remember going to watch his high school game. He was really good, a great player, but he was just small.
When I came out of high school, I know a lot of the talk was, you'll never be able to play Division I baseball. I remember sitting there with our coach. I remember him saying, a team's only as good as its weakest link, and you are the weakest link.
I saw Scott's journey and the work that it took to get there, and I see that mirrored in Tyler.
I remember going home that fall and saying, I'm not going to be the worst player on this team. And I started working, taking ground balls, taking extra swings, doing everything I could so that I wasn't the worst player.
My dad and Tyler, they obviously have that special bond of, hey, we're in this together, I've been through it, and Tyler really did a good job of listening and learning from him as well.
He kind of gave me the mindset, the mentality, and then kind of the edge and how to carry that with me throughout.
We always tell Tyler, you know, play with a chip on your shoulder. I always say play with a boulder on your shoulder, right? Go after it. It says, I got to experience some of the best days of my life with my dad right by my side. That was pretty cool.
He coached me in baseball, football, and basketball. And baseball was the one where he was most on me, just because that was his sport. He knew all about it, and that was the one that he really wanted to push me hard in.
I was trying to make him better by making him work hard and making him, you know, kind of go after it.
Tyler took this work ethic with him in pursuit of football, but received no offers out of high school.
He would do really well at the university football camps, and everybody just kind of discounted him.
The look test started going around, and, you know, you'd see all these guys that were bigger, and, you know, they just looked like they could play, and I know I don't look like I can play.
When people look at him on paper, you just see his height and weight.
So we do, so we do.
But you don't see his heart, and you don't see how hard he works, and you don't see the other things he brings to the field.
it seemed that East Carolina University did.
Ehlers, there's the corner, touchdown of Sneed. Littlest man on the field with a big catch. ECU showed the most interest to him, and they said, okay, we'll take him as a walk-on.
This is when at East Carolina.
I didn't have a scholarship offer, and then my freshman year, I ended up earning my scholarship at the very end of the year. Coach unfortunately got fired.
The new staff comes in and they say, hey, I know you earned the scholarship. We need to reevaluate you.
They basically just told me, hey, you know, we see 5'7", 160-pound kid. We haven't seen enough tape on you yet. You just got to prove to us that you deserve it. It was a kick in the back, like, okay, you don't think I can do it? I'm going to show you I can do it, and I'm going to show you every day.
And he did. Tyler earned his scholarship back.
I think just the consistency and his persistence and drive really is what got him to the next level.
Tyler Sneed having himself a day.
The next level involved the NFL's Pittsburgh Steelers.
Didn't get drafted, so, got a rookie minicamp invite, got signed off that, and then was with the Steelers for all of preseason.
He made it all the way to the final cuts, and he actually scored a game-winning touchdown against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So to go from, a kid in high school who wasn't getting any offers to make it the Pittsburgh Steelers, it was just an incredible journey.
Next stop on that journey, the CFL.
When we first signed him, it was probably like March of 2023, and I watched his highlights. I'm like, this kid's really good. Then you see the height, and you immediately judge the height. And so we get to training camp, and we're making the depth chart, and he's literally the very bottom of the depth chart. That first training camp, and the weather was miserable. And it was one of the 2-a-days, so a 4-hour practice. There's nobody left on the field. And he's like, Mike, can I get some catches? And at that moment, you knew that this young man wanted this opportunity, and he certainly made the most of it.
Touchdown, Alouettes! 1, 2, 3. Trifecta for Tyler Sneed.
I think they found that third option in the receiving corps.
Sneed capped off his rookie season, hoisting the Grey Cup.
That was my first time winning any kind of championship. And him being on the field and him being out there was another one of those proud moments where it was just like, I feel like everything he worked for was for this, and I got to share that with him.
We're just hugging each other because that moment of, I'm coaching you in little Pee-wee football. We're excited because we're going to win the little Pee-wee championship. And then here he is now holding the Grey Cup, and I'm sitting there holding it with him. It was just an unbelievable moment.
Tyler arrives at this Grey Cup as the Alouettes' most productive receiver.
Touchdown, Tyler Sneed.
He cares more than anyone about winning, and he doesn't care if he doesn't get the ball.
He does a lot of the little things that a lot of people wouldn't do. He's a beast in the box. He hits the big defensive ends. He'll hack the defensive tackles, or he'll go hit a linebacker if he needs to.
You just see him cutting a guy that's 290. He's a $170, and just what he has to his game and the tools that he has to the games. Man, measurables don't mean nothing.
That's the man right there. That's the man right there.
It's all heart, it's all grit. Everything that this team is built on, Tyler Sneed represents it.
Let's go. Good job. Oh, wait.
Let's go!
Let's get it.
You see that? I said.
Whether they are at the game in Winnipeg or watching back home in Raleigh, North Carolina, his family is what lifts him up.
He's going to do everything he can to help Montreal win, because that's what it's all about for him. It's all about your attitude.
Being undersized, you got to work harder than most people, and the work is what makes you better, and you can't deny the work. Don't get discouraged and go out there and prove everybody wrong.
Terrific story, terrific player, and there he is as the Montreal Alouettes have arrived 3 hours ahead of Grey Cup 112. Talk about a giant lead. Sneed had only 1,041 combined yards receiving in his first 2 seasons, which was 29th in the Canadian Football League. And this year, all the way up to 5th with 1,129. And there he is, going through his pregame routine before the biggest game of his life. Already been in one, but wasn't as key a player a couple of years ago as he is today. Paul LaPolice has a lot more on the Owls passing game. Paul.
I love Tyler Sneed and everything he brings to the table, but he is perfect for this Montreal offense. A lot of things that happen. They do high percentage screen passes. A lot of plays get the ball into Tyler Sneed's hands. Tyson Philpott, they do a spectacular job of running these screens, get the ball in your playmaker space. Sometimes you have players that you just want to make sure that this is our run game. We are in a position where, hey, I want to create opportunities in the run game. Right? That looks like a run to the left. No, it's a screen pass. They've got good numbers here. Get the ball in space. Let your athletes run with the football. Excellent opportunities for Tyler Sneed, Tyson Philpott. Jason Maas loves these calls. I see these calls each week in the system. We'll call back-to-back screens. Here's a middle screen. Again, these help your offensive line, but more importantly, let me get the ball in playmakers' hands. Let them run with the football. See this one right here. Here's Tyson Philpott. Look at all this space. You got two good blockers, guys who care about blocking and block for each other. Get the ball out on the perimeter. Now, once you do this, this is the shot play. Short, short. Here comes the shot play. Tyson Philpott. Couple of play actions. Shot plays are going to happen in this game after they get those short plays. Tyson Philpott, last time they played, 9 catches, 238 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's going to be interesting. Now, this is perfect for a team that's got a quarterback where his legs aren't great right now. You don't want him scrambling around. You want him to get the ball out of his hands quickly. And again, when he gets those shot opportunities in the West semifinal, he had 5 30-plus pass plays, tying a CFL record. So I'm looking forward to these short shot plays today, James.
Lapo, thank you. One of the big questions for Montreal today, Austin Mack, who looks like he's getting ready to play, but is listed as a game-time decision today. Keyshawn Johnson all the way already out for Saskatchewan. And there's Tyson Philpott, the hero of the Grey Cup with that game-winning touchdown a couple of years ago and had that massive game earlier on this season against the Riders. Some more predictions from Aaron Karolnik and the Insiders just ahead as we continue the countdown to the Grey Cup. Double treat today. A terrific football game ahead for you. And MGK at halftime, who, by the way, opened his tour last night and made it all the way here, and then has another concert tomorrow, I believe, down in Florida. That will be a treat for you in the Bud Light halftime show. As mentioned, everybody's pretty much arrived there. There's AJ Ouellette. Oh, he was wearing kind of what Milt and Enoch were wearing a few minutes ago. And there is Davis Alexander, the most talked about muscle perhaps in recent Grey Cup history. His hamstring the focus all week long, says he's fine and ready to go. We'll see what happens once we get into game time. Here is Aaron Korolnik, radio and television star. And he is here to give us some of the statistical odds. So we promised to get into most valuable player. Now, the obvious stuff is quarterbacks. It's quarterbacks most of the time, and I know you're not an obvious guy, so you're going to take us to some of the longer odds.
Certainly not. I'm coming here, James, and giving you Davis Alexander or Trevor Harris or AJ Ouellette. In fact, I'm coming here on national television and telling you to bet on someone at 100 to 1 to win Grey Cup MVP. Stevie Scott, the running back for the Montreal Alouettes. Let's start with the precedent, right? 2012, Grey Cup MVP Chad Kacker with the Argos. 2013, Corey Sheets. 2019, Andrew Harris. The running back has had success in this market before. And I think for Stevie Scott, the recipe is there. A Montreal win, of course, and we've seen it 2 weeks ago. Scott, a massive game against Winnipeg. The last time these two teams played, Stevie Scott decimated the Saskatchewan Roughriders defensive front. If he has another big game,
100 to 1 sounds kind of ludicrous.
100 to 1 is ludicrous. It's a must play. It's an auto bet. Even just to sprinkle people on FanDuel, you need to put that bet in just in case some magic happens with Stevie Scott. I also like Tyson Philpott. Now, receivers winning this award happens a lot less frequently. Last time, 2017, with Devere Posey in that snowy game against the Calgary Stampeders for Toronto. But consider Tyson Philpott a similar skill set. The big plays, much like Posey had in 2017, Philpott more than capable of for the Montreal Alouettes tonight.
Nick Arbuckle, of course, won it last year. Cody Fajardo the year before that. In fact, the last non-quarterback to win was, I don't know how you pronounce his name. It's Enoch.
Yeah, I saw him around with a tank top on earlier.
Oh, yeah. Enoch. Oh, yeah, it's our Enoch, who, of course, won it back in 2022. Aaron Korolnik, thank you. And here is one of the guys who would love, look, I don't think he cares about MVP. He wants to win that first Grey Cup as a starter. Trevor Harris at 39. Yep. Let's hear now Dave Naylor and Farhan Lalji.
James, plenty of league business as we get into Grey Cup week. It always happens this week, but at the start of the week, Olympics was a topic of conversation. We haven't had that in previous Grey Cups. Paul LaPolice, it might be the only thing he listens to when the two of us talk this week is the Olympic conversation. And, you know, I think it's going to be a couple of years before we get some clarity on what that looks like as it relates to the league schedule. Now, look, these are 10-man rosters, and there's also Canadian players in the NFL that are going to be available. So when you look at the CFL players that wind up playing for Team Canada, could be anywhere from 1 to 5. So when you look at a number that small, I don't think the league is going to put a pause on the season to make that happen. I think more than likely you're going to wind up seeing a bye or maybe multiple byes for the teams that lose 1 or 2 players to the Canadian Olympic team. So I think they're going to wait until about 2027, get a sense of who the players are that could potentially be in that conversation, and then go from there.
Expansion is one of the files that, Stuart, frankly, there is not a stadium in Canada that is there to host a 10th CFL team. But certainly we know that Stuart Johnston, when he does focus on expansion, he made it clear this week, it is a priority would be expansion to a 10th team in Canada. And he mentioned both Atlantic Canada and Quebec City, which I think has been a bit of a topic this week, Farhan, just because with the Montreal Alouettes here, a strong presence of the French-Canadian media, and of course this continued success of the Laval Rouge et Or program and University of Montreal. That is certainly something that we've heard a lot about just in terms of, you know, could Quebec City be a destination for the CFL? U.S. expansion, especially with the shortening of the field. I think that fed into a narrative that, like, they've shortened the field to fit it into U.S. stadiums because the league is going to expand to the U.S. There's been a lot of speculation that way. I did some speculation that way, but Stuart Johnston made no doubt about it. Canadian expansion is the priority.
Yeah, another priority is free agency and the salary cap. Now, we saw a big raise of the salary cap a year ago, $412,000. That got them to around the $6 million threshold. However, that number didn't get changed until the free agency period had begun. So they're going to make sure that that doesn't happen again. They're going to be working off some projections, which are slowly coming into the league. They want to be able to get that number in place before the CFL free agency period begins. And they also may push that free agency period, the start of it at least, back maybe a couple of weeks to late February February. They don't want to be going up against the Super Bowl news cycle, which is when it currently happens. So a couple of changes to the cap, which could go up again this year, and then when that dollar gets to be spent.
As we're all aware, Stuart Johnston announced a number of rule changes and changes to the field dimensions back in September. And at that time, there were a lot of questions about the final 3 minutes of the game. As we all know, the play clock changes in the final 3 minutes, and that's part of why we see such fantastic finishes in the CFL, as we've seen throughout these playoffs. And a lot of fans very concerned that that would change, that we would see more of an NFL-style ending to games sometimes, where you might see games ending on one knee and those kinds of things. But there's going to be a real priority on this at the Rules Committee in January. The league meetings in Calgary in January, the Rules Committee, which is made up of coaches, has Players Association representatives on it and officials. They're going to make sure, and one of the possibilities, frankly, is they may leave the final 3 minutes just as it is, but you can be sure that all of the people working on that committee, the priority is going to be to make sure that none of the changes take away the CFL's great finishes. James, back to you.
Gentlemen, thank you. And a lot of those topics you discussed, we will discuss with the commissioner. Stuart Johnston will join us in about an hour's time. It's Keon Schaefer-Baker getting ready in his own way. He could be huge today with a couple of riders, receivers out. I should just be quiet and let him sing. And there is Trevor Harris again. So much focus on whether this will be the last game of Trevor Harris's career. Chance to win his first Grey Cup as a starter.
Saskatchewan Roughriders going to the Grey Cup. Montreal gets the job done, and the Alouettes are off to the Grey Cup.
suppose Jason Maas has been Mr. Brightside in a way for the Als in the sense that he's become a master motivator, whether it's this constant us against the world mentality, nobody respects us, or little challenges, Matthew Shinetti, to keep the competitive juices flowing.
Yeah, no doubt about it, James. If you're going to be a Montreal Alouette, you better be ready to compete. But coaching oftentimes is so much about improvisation, looking at the situation and adjusting it, making it matter for a team. And you go back to 2023, Noel Thorpe was ready to practice with his team in Montreal, but it was raining. But he still wanted his guys to get the work in, so he brought 2 assault bikes, those air bikes, you know, the ones you move your arms and legs. He put them inside the Als weight room, put them facing each other, and called his defenders one at a time to get to 30 calories as fast as you can. When you think about it, think about the VO2 max test. You're going as fast as absolutely possible, and I've heard stories of guys keeled over, panting, legs in the air, induced a bit of anxiety. A lot of the guys this week were talking about it, especially when they knew that that bike was going to make its trip here to Winnipeg. And apparently, a lot of records have been set this week. Nick Callender, the offensive lineman for the Alouettes, set it at 17 seconds. The big guys tend to move that bike pretty fast, but every single person in the Alouettes organization has to do this challenge. And last night, Jeffrey Canton-Arcou, the do-everything utility linebacker for the Montreal Alouettes, got up right in front of the team and said, that is part of our culture, and our culture is what makes us who we are. So a lot of pain, but a purpose. And everyone having to do it means the Owls keep pedaling here to Winnipeg for a championship. And James, I'm calling it next year. At the studio, assault bikes, everybody lock in. We're doing the 30 cal next year, guys. Come on.
It took me about 27 minutes to get to 30 calories on the treadmill this morning after all the pizza last night, so don't give us much of a chance there, Matthew. Thank you very much. I guess whatever works to breed competition. You guys have, I'm sure, seen it your entire careers, right? It's just to give you that extra edge. Did you see anything like that? Did you have any Pete Carroll, any of those little things?
Absolutely. You talk about Pete Carroll. We had signs everywhere that said always compete. Compete in everything you do. Off the field, there was some serious stuff. Compete in how quickly you can recover, how much film you can watch. But he'd also keep it lighthearted. We had a ton of home run derbies during training camp. Every morning we started with a basketball shootout, and it was funny listening to Shinetti's talk there. When we got to New York for our first Super Bowl, one of the first things Pete did, we were all in the team meeting room. You know, a bit nervous. You're ready, getting ready for a Super Bowl. And he goes, we got to start the same way we start everything, and he wheels in a portable basketball net, and we had a tournament all week to compete in that. But what I'll say is, as much as we look at competing as, you know, you versus another person on your team, your biggest competitor is always yourself. And to me, that's what makes great teams. You mentioned culture. When you can compete, you know, and Zach, I'm sure for you, maybe it's a guy like Brandon Allen. Yep. When you're going across the ball from someone like that in practice, that's when the culture really starts to develop. So I love to hear these type of stories, because as much as it's about the assault bike or the basketball net, it's really about competing with yourself for your team.
Day in and day out, the great ones can compete against themselves, right? But to your point about Brandon Alexander and Adam Big Hill comes to mind, those guys set the tone every single day for us in practice and raise everybody's level of urgency and the expectations. And that's part of that competition culture. I think one of the cool things about what Coach Maas and what Coach Thorpe have done there, competition, competing, in my opinion, is something that it's like a skill that you can continue to sharpen. And when you're doing something every day, the results speak for themselves.
We were trying to do a little competitive team building earlier on in the show by seeing who could last longest without the parka. But instead, because of the other panel, it just, instead of team building, it led to resentment and pettiness.
Yeah, it did. It was really unfortunate that it got to that point.
No.
And one thing about teams is you want to be all in it together, right? So you putting that coat on there was really tough for me and Luke.
You're right. Look, hosting is an individual game. We'll try to bring it together and team build a little bit as we count you down towards the kickoff of the 112th Grey Cup. There's Davis Alexander. Everybody's got the tunes going. I'm sure there's a little Mr. Brightside in there. There's Trevor Harris as well. And both of these quarterbacks have a slew of terrific receivers to choose from, even with some out with injuries today. We'll focus in on that. And Kate with Davis just ahead.
It hurts.
And the Bombers are going back to the Grey Cup again.
I know Cory Mace and J.O. and Kyle, they'll do a tremendous job in terms of making this a championship caliber roster and team next year.
The first game of 2025 comes to us from the always energetic Mosaic Stadium. Rider fans, I don't hear you!
Do you kick it to Mario Alford or not?
I saw the hole and I did what I do best.
No one's gonna touch him! No flags down! Walk it off!
Best start in over 50 years continues in Saskatchewan.
T-Money is rolling. He's 39 years young doing it, so it's special to see him out there having fun.
The West Final. The winner goes to Winnipeg in Grey Cup 112. Touchdown! Touchdown, Tommy Neal. 11 seconds to go. Harris found him. The West has a new best. The Saskatchewan Roughriders going to the Grey Cup for the first time in 12 years.
There is Trevor Harris, who has been an eyewitness to some historic Grey Cups. He was a rookie third stringer when Ricky Ray won the 100th Grey Cup with the Argos. Remember, he almost started the 2016 Grey Cup after Henry Burris hurt his knee in warm-up before Burris heroically returned and won one of the greatest Grey Cups ever. And when Harris finally started a couple of years later, he fell to the great Bo Levi Mitchell on that frozen tundra in Edmonton. Now at 39, Harris has perhaps one last shot at making his own history. Here's Kate.
Trevor, welcome back to the Grey Cup.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be here.
2018 was the last appearance. Does it feel like a long time in between these moments?
It does. It does. It feels like yesterday, but it also feels like forever ago. It's kind of wild how kind of time does that, right?
You're season vet at this point, but was there ever a thought in your mind that you may not get back to this point?
No. You know, I got asked that earlier, and I never have thought, like, I've gone in every year thinking, like, this is the year. We're going to do it. And this year you kind of feel a little bit more deep-rooted conviction. And because after last year it was like, you know, the word of the year was continuity. Can we keep this group together? And, you know, you've seen Winnipeg do it for years. They've kept that same group together, and I feel like we've done that this year with our roster and our group. And, you know, we've talked about delivering on that. And, you know, we've got wristbands made for the team. You know, it's our time. Mace has told us we're on the clock, and so we've still got one more game we got to deliver.
You talk about that continuity, and that was our big story, too, that Jeremy O'Day was able to re-sign all these all-stars, bring yourself back, really bring the core back. Would you say you have met expectations, or will it take winning the Grey Cup?
That's a great question. Because just because you don't win everything doesn't mean that things are a failure, but it sure would feel like that. So, you know, I think that right now the answer would be like, heck yeah, but like I think down the line we'd say like it was pretty good progress, pretty good stuff, but there's no thought in our mind that like we've accomplished what we want to accomplish, because we've got one game Sunday, we've got 60 minutes of football, going out there and laying it on the line for one another, and so just see if we can do this and etch our names in history.
Let's talk about some of your teammates. Guess who we're starting with?
AJ.
Starting with AJ.
My dog.
Your dog. Your roommate.
Yeah.
He lives in your basement.
Yeah, he does. He does. He had his hot water shut off, and he has a pregnant girlfriend that he was like, I don't know what we're gonna do, and I was like, well, I think we can probably pick this bum up and let him stay in my basement. And so he's been living in my basement the last month. It's been great. Family dinners, that sort of thing. But me and AJ aren't making any of the food. We know what our place is.
Let's talk about your head coach a little bit here. And I know obviously he's a defensive guy, not an offensive guy, but it just seems like he's done such an incredible job of not only leading this team, but bringing this team together on both sides of the ball in a different way than I think we've ever seen with the Roughriders. How has this entire season been with Cory Mace?
It's been great. The thing I love about Coach Mace the most is authenticity. He is who he is. He's a clown, a jokester, he has fun, and he's able to have that, but also command respect, which is a very fine line, tough tightrope to walk. But he's truly incredible as a leader of men in terms of the way he's able to do that. He's able to keep a high level of, I guess, humor and fun within our locker room and within our team. But also, when it's time to get down to business, everybody knows who he is, and everybody has a high amount of respect for him. He's very, very respected. And so he just toes that line really, really well, and it's a gift that very few have. Will you be able to get him with a Gatorade shower if you win the Grey Cup? Regardless, I might get my own little personal Gatorade and get him with it when he least expect it. It might not be right after the game, but we got to get him. We got to get him for sure. He's just been so elusive when it comes to it.
When you think of bringing a Grey Cup back to Saskatchewan, I mean, this is a franchise that hasn't won since 2013. We know that is by far one of the most passionate, incredible fan bases in the entire CFL. What would that mean to you?
Yeah, you kind of get sick of people saying, you've only won 4 to our fans. And it's just like, gosh, man, these fans don't deserve it. They're too great. They're too great of fans. And so, you know, we want to deliver for them, but we want to deliver for one another in that locker room as well. And for me, you know, my faith is my most important thing. I want to just go out there and glorify Jesus. And so for us, we're not short of motivation because we've got a great brotherhood in that locker room. We've got a group that loves one another, a physical bunch that's ready to just go lay it on the line this Sunday. And we're looking at a mirror image of ourselves and this other team we're playing too, because they're a gritty team. They're very, very tough, physical. And so it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out game, heavyweight fight that we're all looking forward to.
I know you despise talking about yourself, and it's very hard to get you to talk about yourself. Yeah. But in terms of legacy, and the legacy of what you've done in the CFL, and all the years that you've been here, you have the Grey Cup rings, but obviously you weren't starting at that point. To be a starter and to win, but also in this part of your career at 39 years old, to be able to be a starting Grey Cup winning quarterback, would that change for you at all, or are you very content with what you've done?
Sure would be nice. But it wouldn't change who I am. I'm deep-rooted in my faith and my family, and I play this game because I love it. I revere it. I love what it's done for me in terms of how it challenges me mentally, emotionally, physically, asks me to be something bigger than myself. And it's helped me grow as a person. I sure think it's a great thing in life. It's a life lesson that things aren't always fair, things don't always work out, but how do you respond? And that's what I just love about football. It kind of just gives me the chills, kind of just like saying that out loud. And but like when you sit back and think about it from like the bird's eye view, it would be nice. But again, that wouldn't change anything for myself. Maybe how I'm viewed by other people, but I just want to do this for my teammates.
I'm assuming you'd like to do it also for your family.
Yeah.
And look, your family, I think, what's been really cool about the Saskatchewan experience, we've seen a lot of your family. Whether you guys are doing the weather together, whether it's TJ introducing the team together or being the security guard. I mean, this just seems like a perfect situation for how you've grown your family. Also knowing that, let's say your oldest, TJ, is probably at an age where he will fully remember this. What would it mean to win in front of him?
I think that's probably why I'll cry after the game. If we do it, is I've never seen my wife so invested in just how happy she was that we made it here and how much she's excited for this game. And TJ sure is a big motivation thing for me, and because he gets it. Because after the game, I went home. He said, "Dad, no moment too big for you." And the fact that he hears me, because we'll be playing Madden and I'll just beat him in like a fourth quarter game and I'd say, "Moment too big." You know, Gino Lewis used to say that all the time, so I say it all the time now. When people struggle in like big moments, I'll say, "Moment too big." And when he said that to me, it just made a big grin on my face because he gets it. And so for him to be able to have that memory, him and Trace, my 5-year-old, they kind of know what's going on, but especially TJ, sure would be fun memories.
Is that going to be what you're going to say to the camera if you win? No moment too big?
I hope so, but I know that if it doesn't work out, it's not because of that. You know, my dad raised me the right way, that you perform no matter what the moment is. You just perform. Every moment's just a moment, regardless of how many eyeballs are on you.
Good luck, Trevor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's never the best sign when you're on a winless Grey Cup graphic with a guy who played in the 1950s, but that's where Trevor finds himself. Not since Sam Echeverry has a QB thrown for this many playoff yards without winning the Grey Cup as a starter. But I tell you what, massive step last week, that last-minute drive, finding this guy, Tommy Neal, for the game-winning touchdown with 10 seconds left. Clutch drive by Trevor Harris. We'll see if he can do it today. Here's Kate and the panel with more.
And James, we've spoken so much about the legacy of Trevor Harris this week, and the name Kevin Glenn keeps getting brought up if he loses this game. And Kevin Glenn had a phenomenal CFL career, but you can't really define anything for him. I mean, the amount of teams he played for and what those moments looked like, you can't really think of one. In my opinion, this completely changes for Trevor Harris today if he wins the Grey Cup as a starter for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Would be just the 5th Saski quarterback to do so. Your legacy is cemented. So many things change, in my opinion. You can give me anything you want in terms of saying, "Oh, no, it's just a game and, you know, I won't change." It absolutely will change if you win this game.
Not to mention, kid, he's doing it for that green team. He might have a crown waiting for him in Regina when he goes back. This game is huge for him, and you mentioned to him in the conversation, Kate, he doesn't like to talk talk about himself, but the reality is at some point or another, he's going to sit down and reflect upon the career that was and this career that he's enjoying right now. Yes, he's had great times in his career, and he performed very well. He's one of the most efficient quarterbacks that our league has had. However, the last time that he was a starter, he had 3 interceptions, 1 TD, and he knows that that's not enough. Today, he has to show up. He has to show up big for this team, and it will matter when it all said and done. So today is a huge game when you talk about his legacy, Milt.
Yeah, 1910. That's how long the Saskatchewan Roughriders have been around, and you spoke of it, Kate. There's been 4 quarterbacks who've won Grey Cups: Ron Lancaster, Ken Alston, Kerry Joseph, and Darian Durant. And if Trevor Harris can put his name as the 5th one, those other 4 guys, when they go back to Saskatchewan, they walk on water. They can do no wrong. They pay for nothing. Their life is set. And Trevor Harris has an opportunity to do that. I know he was saying all the right things. You know, it's not going to change me. Trevor, it would change you. It would change you. You got a great opportunity to do some great things, and this would be perfect for him. He's done everything in his career but do this. Yes, he has 2 Grey Cups, but he was a backup, and the one he actually started in, he didn't play too well. So this is a great opportunity for him, for his family, for his friends, for his enemies, because everyone can chip in when they go to Saskatchewan and get broke off if Trevor Harris wins this Grey Cup.
Yeah, I like what he said to Kate, and it's true. He said that it's not gonna, if he doesn't win, it's not gonna change for how he views himself or his career. But he said it might change for others. No, Trevor, it absolutely will change for others. And I think greatness, and for quarterbacks, is 2 things. People will say you're great. If you're an MVP a couple times, or you win multiple championships. Those are really the things that greats and how greats are discussed. For Trevor, he's at the top of a lot of statistical categories. There's no question. Look all around the record books. Yep. Trevor is all up at the top of the record books. But if he doesn't win a championship, you're right. It's different. It's rare air if winning a championship. And to your point, especially in Saskatchewan, his football life will completely change, and how he's talked about if he wins a championship here in Saskatchewan.
It's sad that quarterbacks are measured by wins and losses or championships, because there's this guy named Milt Stegall.
Oh, God.
Played with the same team for 14 years, didn't win a ring, but still considered the greatest receiver in CFL history. It's sad. I feel bad for those quarterbacks. I feel pretty bad.
And Milt, you raise a good point, though. You're talking about yourself and being up there when it comes to the receivers. And, Ches, you talk about the statistical categories that Trevor is up high on. But he's not at the top. You look at Zach Collaris, who's right across from us. You look at a guy who's, around the same time, Bo Levi Mitchell. He's not at top of the list when you talk about that. But if he can get a championship alongside the stats that he has, this is going to change him, absolutely.
Yeah, what do you want, a completion percentage or a ring? I'm taking a ring all day,
every day of the week.
Every day. James?
All right, Kate, thank you. A lot of selfies going on today. This is the time to take it before you get into your gear and ready for Grey Cup 112. Trevor Harris, almost 38,000 yards, 204 TDs in his career. Maybe a Hall of Famer, but probably needs that ring, and Jason Maas and the Owls trying to deny it today. They are about to open the gates and allow what will be a lot of green and white fans in here. Straight Fires next with Kate and the gang.
guys. It is a sea of green outside of Princess Auto Stadium, just minutes away from these gates opening. By the way, gate number 1, Milt. They were taking photos, Rider fans, right in front of Milt Stiegel. And you know what? I think you're good with it, Milt.
I'm okay with it.
Man of the people. Man of the people, to say the least. All right, back with the panel. And look, it is one of our favorite segments, mainly because you get to send in your highlights and we get to read them. You know it, you love it, and we call it
Straight Fire!
Milt Stiegel, kick us off.
All righty, let's get it going, baby. A little Ontario fall football. We got Guelph backed up on their own 1-yard line. And Lincoln McGregor, look at him, finds a hole. Evades 1 tackler, evades 2 tackler. He may go all the way. Look at Lincoln go. He's going to go for 109 yards. Get off the field, people. Lincoln can roll. They actually won the game 48-24. And Lincoln had 5 touchdowns. And that right there is what?
Straight Fire! Let's stay in Ontario, Milt. Ontario High School football. Bishop Mac receiver Bobby Chiliganis. Look at this one-handed catch over the middle. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. The focus, the concentration. And he survived the catch. That catch was straight fire.
Let's go to Laval University right here. Watch this catch by Isaac Gillardets. Oh, my goodness. Oh, check that man for Stickum. Off the ground. Almost hits the ground. Isaac snatches it up. Oh, my goodness. And I think that's a touchdown.
What is it?
Isaac, you know what you are, my man? Straight fire!
Gentlemen, those were all great, but guess what I have? The Straight Fire Play of the Year. Look at this!
Oh, my goodness.
I remember the first time we saw this one. Carleton Ravens. It is Nash McDonald, the incredible one-hander right along the sidelines. And guess what? We haven't made it yet, but we're going to. It is Straight Fire Hall of Fame worthy. So what we're going to do is we're not going to make a Hall of Fame so that we can go head-to-head at each and every Grey Cup. But this, like, I'm sure you guys would say the same thing, too. We love seeing these highlights coming from across Canada, and that's the best part, isn't it?
Just highlighting the young players is awesome. Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
We love reading it, and we'll do it each and every time. So just make sure for the next CFL season, send us all your highlights. And you know who had the highlight in the last game in the Eastern Final? Jose Maltos Diaz doing his best Enoch and Milt impression.
Nice arms.
Right? You know what? He flexes every time he makes a field goal anyways.
If I wore my tank top during the last segment, that's what I'd look like.
Jose Malto Sanchez.
conversation, manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back.
One thing they do in Winnipeg, as well as anywhere else, anywhere, is tailgate, and it's well underway, under 2.5 hours, just over 2.5 hours away from kickoff here at the 112th Grey Cup. More from our insiders, Dave and Farhan, on some quarterback potential shuffling.
Thanks, James. Some quarterback potential shuffling and some quarterbacks staying where they are. And that's what we believe will be the case with Nathan Rourke, who picked up his first Most Outstanding Player Award Thursday night here in Winnipeg. And you may remember, after the 2022 season, when Nathan Rourke had played so well throughout that season, after the year, he chased the National Football League. He went and did the workout circuit, team to team to team, was made a number of offers and ultimately signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I do not believe we're going to see a repeat of that this offseason. I think Nathan Rourke is in the never say never territory when it comes to the NFL, but he would need upfront guaranteed money and a true legitimate shot at least at a number 2 job. You're not going to see him chase the NFL. He's very happy in the Canadian Football League and with the BC Lions specifically. I would expect contract talks to begin on an extension. His deal right now expires after the 2026 season, but we expect talks on an extension to begin shortly after the season.
Yeah, beginning of the regular season, it was a battle of 2 Canadian quarterback starters in Nathan Rourke and Trey Ford, and things certainly shifted for Trey Ford after about the 6th week of the season in Edmonton, and I think that shift is going to continue. I would be very surprised if he was back with the Elks next season. I think when you heard his end-of-season media availabilities, I think all sides involved thought a change of scenery might be best, and I believe that the Elks will release Trey Ford at some point in the next month or so. He's got a roster bonus due in January. I think Ed Hervey wants to wait and see how the coaching opening in Toronto plays out, how the GM opening in Hamilton plays out, see if there's any potential trade interest there, but it would seem highly unlikely at this point given the contract dollars that Ford is owed. So I think the simplest thing for all involved would be a potential release, and then he could just go wherever there might be some interest.
Of course, every offseason there is some quarterback movement that maybe we don't see coming, so we try to keep our eyes on areas where we think there's the potential for movement. A couple areas we will be looking at this offseason. One of them is in Ottawa, where Drew Brown is going into year number 3 of his contract next season. Of course, the new head coach there, Ryan Dinwiddie. I think Ryan Dinwiddie feels pretty good about working with Drew Brown, and certainly Ryan Dinwiddie has proven during his time as a coach and coordinator in the CFL that he's been able to get the best out of a lot of players, including most recently in Toronto, both Chad Kelly and Nick Arbuckle. However, Drew Brown, of course, was here in Winnipeg before. He was the backup to Zach Collaros. He was very well thought of by the Bombers, and I think he enjoyed his time in Winnipeg. Again, could Drew Brown move to Winnipeg as the number 2 next season and the heir to Zach? That's a situation, I'm being speculative, that we will keep our eye on. And of course, with Ryan Dinwiddie in Ottawa, his connection to Chad Kelly, I think it's going to have a lot to do with who Toronto hires as their head coach. If Mike Miller, the quarterback coach, who has a very strong relationship with Chad Kelly, is their next head coach, I don't think Chad Kelly's going anywhere. But again, given the connection to Ryan Dinwiddie, just another situation we will be keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, and a couple of older quarterbacks, including the one playing in this game, Trevor Harris, a lot of speculation about his future. A year ago at this time, he waited until the season ended. He went through a process with his family to decide if he wanted to come back and play again, ultimately signed a 1-year deal. He has already begun that process with his family, and when you consider how Harris is playing right now at this stage of his career, even though he's going to be 40 next year, I think there is a strong possibility that Harris returns to the Riders, probably on another 1-year deal, regardless of how this game turns out. And as far as Bo Levi Mitchell is concerned, we're used to seeing him on our panel right now at this time of year. He was so close, and it's left him so hungry. He turns 36 next year. He's 4 years younger than Harris. I think there's a real good possibility that Bo is back in the hammer next year, maybe even on a 2-year deal. We'll see where that goes. And the interesting offshoot of that is, what does that mean for Taylor Powell? Because many around the league are wondering, who is the next one? And I think when you talk to executives, Powell is respected league-wide. There could be some interest in him moving if Bo is back in the hammer.
Thank you, boys. Bo's got to come back. You can't quit after a year like that. There's Isaac Adeyemi Berglund doing his warm-up for Grey Cup 112. Up next, coach-player is their official relationship, but best buddies is the one that matters more. Cory Mace and his star defensive lineman Micah Johnson and their relationship next. Some coaches don't like getting too close to their players, professional distance so as to not cloud judgment. But sometimes that's impossible, especially when that player is a former teammate and best friend who you happen to name your child after. Here's Dave Naylor.
Waiting on the countdown?
Yeah. What's going on, y'all? Charleston Hughes here. When I heard they were gonna do a video on Cory Mace and Micah Johnson's friendship, I said, oh yeah, we gotta make this one special.
What a day. What a stage.
One mission. One goal.
The winner goes to Winnipeg in Grey Cup 112.
Cinematic. The moment you all been waiting for, especially you two. It's epic. Starring.
Who is Micah Johnson? Cory Mace to you?
He wears a couple hats, man.
That's a big question.
Two legends.
One of the most dominant defensive tackles that's ever played in this league.
Micah Johnson, overweight linebacker. Cory Mace.
He's finalist for Coach of the Year.
He was my teammate and turned mentor.
You wanted to give intel because you knew the kid could help us win. And now he's the elder statesman.
It's late prime. It's like watching LeBron James.
Broke LeBron.
Micah Johnson still getting it done.
Boy, I'm happy he's on our team.
Don't wait. Take that to him.
I look at him, it's like a little brother.
A friend.
Their relationship's kind of like a Bob Ross painting. He throws a little black, he throws a little blue. Man, it's like beautiful at the end.
Special appearance, Charleston Hughes. Best film to come out.
Why is he whispering?
What's wrong with this guy, man?
Two legends.
He's still going.
I didn't come here for the wings, and that was a mistake. These are pretty good.
That's super good.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
In 2013, Cory Mace was nearing the end of his playing career.
Look at me coming out.
Oh, yeah. Those jerseys were a little tight, man.
Rookie Micah Johnson was just trying to find his footing in the league. It was also when this friendship began.
About your first year. We tried you at DN first, didn't we? In camp?
A couple days.
Yeah.
Maybe half a day.
Yeah. Now look at you, kid. Oh, Dave.
The man.
Party.
Yes, sir.
You hanging with the fat guys.
Absolutely. I want to pick that up, kind of what those early CFL days were like for you.
I was trying to find a role. I knew I was a bigger linebacker going out of style. I have to adjust to play some DN. I never played it before.
And it was good because it brought them closer to we could have conversations.
You were kind of adopting at that time. You were kind of taking on the player-coach role a little bit as well.
Cory Mace has been shaken up on the play.
Injuries, I was kind of trending towards the back end of my career. I would do anything I could to help the team.
Cory knew all the details about the game, so I remember that first start, we had started beside each other, and before the game, like, hey, Cory, tell me what to do before every play, bro. Don't let me out here mess up for sure.
Mace was always there to help Micah out. Mace used to eat a lot of double teams for Micah. That's for one thing that Micah never thanked Mace for.
Chuck's such a trouble starter, bro.
He's easily disrupting everything just with one punch. Look at that. Look at that. If he figures this out, he's going to be a problem.
And the Calgary Stampeders in the year of the horse.
Guys, this is the great.
Look at that boy crying.
This is the Grey Cup in 2014.
That was awesome. And that was our first one. I knew that was my last game. That was an emotional time for me. Maybe there was a chance that I could get into coaching. No thought. Transition is coming. I'm going for a field goal. It's touchdown or bust. Looking for that TD. Touchdown, Saskatchewan.
32. Instead of getting the points, I'm going for it.
Having Micah and dealing with his passion, his personality, that taught me a lot about myself as a coach.
It's like a MMA fighter and his coach. Micah's like a wild dog.
You know, I think about that 2018 Grey Cup. Micah was going back and forth with one of the Ottawa linemen.
I just hear him go, "I'm going to kill you." And I was like, oh no, he's not talking to me, is he? So I just pretend like I don't hear him. I like look over and he's talking to John Gott, and I was like, oh, thank God.
And I lost it on him. And I thought, we're gonna fight here.
Typical Micah Johnson's losing his mind. But Mace knows how to like calm him down They said, you know, screw it, you play better when you're mad. And at that point, I kind of figured I'm dealing with a bunch of nutcases, because why does he play better when he's mad? He's already clearly angry.
Mike was one of the first people I hugged after the game. We were hugging it out.
You named your son Mike.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
This guy had 14 sacks from a D-tackle spot. Heading into free agency, I said, please come back. Like, I'll name my firstborn son after you, right? He ended up coming back. We ended up having our daughter first. And then our paths split. Then our son was born. I said, I'm a man of my word. Micah Mace. In our house, he's Big Micah. You know, my son knows his sack celebration. He out there saluting in the house like...
You got a young fan. Mm-hmm. A lot of moments you guys have shared over the years, and one of your recent moments was the Gatorade shower. That wasn't. That wasn't.
The road to the Grey Cup through the West will run through Regina.
I'm in Cary, man. That's probably my worst dish of my life right there.
You didn't know you were coming up with the biggest highlight of that game.
No, yeah, you know, when I saw who it was, it was even better. I love that it was him.
And the Riders officially on top in the West.
See the milestone scene where he came from. I was so happy. I was so happy for him.
Who's going to show you guys before we wrap up here? Here you go.
Look at all these people.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
I miss you guys like crazy. Miss playing behind you, Micah. Nobody better in the damn world at what you do.
Micah Johnson, coming from the University of Kentucky, played linebacker at 260, 270 pounds.
I watched Mace when he was first, started coaching.
You helped me over the years, too, and I know you've helped Micah through teaching an overweight linebacker how to pass rush. Think about that. It's like it was meant to be.
How much do you think, big picture, Micah has meant to your career? And Micah, same thing.
His success helped propel my coaching career.
How much he showed me early on, build this monster up, build this machine, for sure.
Y'all came a long way together.
It's so cool seeing what you guys have done.
Y'all's relationship has just grown, and it's really dope to see. Both got kids now. Well, Micah always had kids. He's had kids for 20-something years. I think Cory's like 39.
Mace, man, I'm just so proud of your success. No surprise. Just looks always a lot better in red and white.
Touchdown, Tommy Neal. 11 seconds to go.
What would it mean to win a Grey Cup at this stage, sharing this relationship over all these years?
It'd be huge. This is like stuff in the movies.
That's it. The Saskatchewan Roughriders going to the Grey Cup for the first time in 12 years.
I'm cheering for you guys. I got your back. Man, can't wait.
I appreciate y'all, boys, and I'm glad y'all brought me on the trip, man.
Good luck to you guys. Go out and dominate.
I think Coach would gladly accept the Gatorade shower from his good buddy tonight. There's Davis Alexander. If this is the first CFL game you happen to be watching this season, well, no quarterback has ever done what he has the chance to do tonight. Win a Grey Cup without losing as a starter. He's 13-0 in his young career as a starter, trying to win a title tonight.
Michael. Guess where I'm going?
You're going to Winnipeg.
I know, for the 112th Grey Cup. Victoria, who's ready for the Grey Cup?
We are.
So now that I gave you 3 Grey Cup hats, I get to fly the plane, right?
Absolutely.
Trade hats?
Yeah. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I appreciate it. Then comfort, wings first on, and plenty of room for this. A perk of being a rewards member, free Wi-Fi. Hi, everyone. What a great in-flight experience on WestJet, isn't it? I actually asked to fly the plane. They said absolutely not, but they said you could run a trivia. I'm going to start it off nice and easy. Who is the official airline of the CFL? All right. Name one famous Winnipeg Blue Bomber that formerly played on the team. Bonus marks if he is currently on TSN. Row 2 actually got it, but because you're sitting in the better seats, we're not giving you a prize. Thank you so much for flying WestJet, the official airline of the CFL. We'll see you in Winnipeg, everyone. Some CFL trivia on this plane ride in?
No, we have our little, our little game that we play every flight, but it was pretty locked in. Guys on the top can have it. So.
I think he missed a good flight, is what he's saying. Bonjour, ça va? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Awesome, you? How are you? Nice to see you. You're mic'd up with me right now. Who would you trust to fly that plane?
Who would I trust to fly the plane?
Yeah.
After we win the Grey Cup?
Yes.
Anybody.
You?
Anybody on the team. Anybody on the team.
Good luck on Sunday.
Thank you, Kate.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah.
Back in the Grey Cup. Yeah, I
it
love
was good. And I sit with Trevor, and he was snoozing, so old man style.
Would you ever tackle Trevor at 35,000 feet?
Oh yeah, I would. On the flight home after the win, I will tackle him just for you.
That's fantastic. You're the best. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Good luck on Sunday, eh?
Appreciate you.
Okay, what would be the vibes on the plane flying back with that?
Don't even get me started. It'd be a party. It'd be a party.
Good luck on Sunday.
Thank you so much.
Kate Burness is one of the most talented people I've ever met. However, I don't want her anywhere near the cockpit of any plane I'm flying in. All the other stuff, the trivia, the interviews, fine. Don't get anywhere near any of the devices that control the plane. The defense, we've talked about it so much, has been spectacular. Number 1 in the league, or tied for number 1, so many different categories, and a lot of it is Noel Thorpe. Is there a defensive coach in the Canadian Football League who disguises his fronts more than Noel Thorpe, and is that the big reason why we just...
What to me presents the biggest challenge for preparing for him is it's very difficult to marry the fronts to the back end. He might show you the same front 3 or 4 times in the same kind of situation in a game, but on the back end it could be cover 3, it could be cover 1, it could be cover 0. So he always keeps you on your toes, keeps you guessing.
Yeah, and to add to that, not only does he have all these disguises, but his players, I find, play so well on different levels and in conjunction with each other. You look at Adiemi Berglund, and I think he's a thumper. He can really take up a lot of gaps and cause havoc for offensive line. And then a guy I love watching is Darnell Sankey because he plays so well off of it. He'll scrape down. You mentioned the pursuit. This guy's flying sideline to sideline. Beverett is another linebacker. They just play so well with each other that it's really special to watch when they're rolling.
It is special, and again, they hit to hurt. It's almost as like they're getting threatened every week.
I love that line.
If you don't try to hurt the guy, you're not playing the next week. It's not very fun to play against, to be honest with you.
And I always say that defenses take on the personality of their coordinator.
Right.
And I do think that Noel Thorpe, it kind of starts with his personality and the guys buy in.
100%. I mean, I've been playing this game now for 12, 13 years, whatever that number is, and I've played against Noel probably 40 times if I've started 100, right? And every single guy who's ever played for him take on his personality, and they love him, and it shows up on tape.
Mustafa Johnson's listed as a game time decision. Can he do all the things that he wants to do with that D if Johnson can't go?
I think he'll still try to, but
Right.
it'll be a luxury if he's on the football field, obviously.
Yeah, this is what I'll say, and that's a key matchup because if Mustafa Johnson's playing, he has the potential to slow this run game down.
Yeah.
And that's a big ordeal. You know, we talk about what Saskatchewan needs to do today, and it's staying that second and manageable.
Yes.
And if Mustafa Johnson can be in there and create second and longs, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the offensive line for Saskatchewan will breathe a sigh of relief if he doesn't decide to play.
I can imagine.
One thing I'm minorly concerned about as a television person is that these two teams are the best two teams in the league about limiting big plays. Only 75 big plays allowed with these two defenses combined all season long. We would like 75 in this game if we could have them. Neither coach.
Yeah.
We'll take a few.
Yeah.
We'll take 5. But give us something. It'll be tough with these two defenses today as we continue to count you down to the 112th Grey Cup game. So many storylines. Somebody's going to be a hero before we're done tonight.
Get you good. Oh, I'm gonna get you good.
About 10 minutes from now, the gates will open here in Winnipeg, and you can see the long lineup waiting to get inside and get ready for the 112th Grey Cup game. And the number one storyline throughout the entire week has been the health of the hamstring of Al's QB, Davis Alexander. We've been watching his leg all day, which sounds kind of creepy, but everybody has it. Looks fine there. Again, hard to tell once he starts running and gets pursued by all those giants in green and white how it will hold up. But he says it's fine. He's been fine all week and ready to go. Well, like most running backs, A.J. Ouellette of the Saskatchewan Roughriders is a pretty simple guy on the field. Run fast, run over people, and try to score. But like most of us, he's a very complex man off of it. And he was kind enough to share his doubts, his flaws, and his efforts to be a better man with Matthew Chenet.
You've had a lot of success in the CFL, and you have become not just a fixture for the Argos, but now certainly with the Roughriders. And you've built a reputation
but how much time have you taken to kind of invest in yourself?
Every year, I kind of, especially at the end of the football season, because football season, it converts a guy's mind. We're trying to be the nastiest, meanest person out there. And in the off season, I can really sit down and be like, all right, who is the man, like, who do I want to be when this football is all over? I'm always trying to learn. This year it's been business, trying to start this nonprofit. I learned about myself, what I was missing in the educational system growing up. Life skills through education. I was not taught how to manage my emotions, how to be a man when I need to, but also ask for help when I need it. And I don't want the next generation to struggle with that as well. And it always seems to be the athletes and football players mainly, because we're supposed to be the tough, masculine guys. So I've been looking into that. That's why I started this nonprofit, this homeschool co-op, so these kids can learn life skills and all that.
One of the most touching conversations I've had with the players, and I think back to a few years ago, you and I were talking, and you mentioned that you were going through a transition and a change in your life as you were going through a divorce. What did that teach you? Like, what did that teach you about yourself? And how important have those kind of moments of vulnerability become for you to kind of understand the person that you want to be, and how valuable it is to be a certain kind of person without your helmet on?
Yeah, no matter how big and how successful you can get, how strong, life's still gonna kick you. You gotta be able to mentally be strong enough to deal with it. I feel like we all hide behind muscles and accolades and all that, but if you're not mentally strong, you're gonna be kicked down. And I got put through a dark period during that time. Like, I wasn't happy with myself. I wasn't happy with decisions I've made in the past. But football, the mindset with it, allowed me to, all right, you sucked at this, let's fix it, let's figure out what we need to improve on. And that's what the off seasons are for now.
Where are you right now? Like, how does AJ Ouellette feel about himself, the person, now?
Look in the mirror and I'm happy. So we're improving. There's still areas in life I struggle with. My big one is not letting outside noise impact my thoughts and my confidence in my game. You know, professional sports, you're going to have all those fans that are in your messaging saying all the great stuff, and then you have the ones that's in the hateful stuff. And for some reason, so many athletes only look at the hateful stuff. So right now I'm training my mind into accepting the positive ones and just ignoring the hateful ones.
Just been a remarkable season. 1,222 yards rushing, 8 TDs, as you can see, almost 5 yards a carry, and all those yards after contact and missed tackles. The most concerning thing for the Alouettes today. Kate in the panel with more on AJ.
And James, what is remarkable about AJ Ouellette this season, too, is he sold us on the fact that he was changing his game. He was going to be this finesse running back. And then what did it take? 3 games into the regular season, all of a sudden it's the, head down, north to south running back once again. But look, that's what AJ has made his entire career on. Now he's become this fan favorite in Saskatchewan. He had a fantastic Western final. And I'll tell you this, Enoch, we talked about Trevor Harris going down in his Riders legacy. If AJ has a monster performance here tonight, too, he will be immortalized in Saskatchewan as well.
No, absolutely. He's already very much loved in Regina, Kate. But what he's been able to do for this team, he is such an impact player, and he is a huge piece for this offense, for this team, really, to for them to be successful. He needs to have a good game. He needs to run and touch the ball multiple times. And there's going to be good things that happen from this. He was second in the league this year in rushing, and he has the mentality and mindset that this offense needs to have going forward. And what he brings to this offense, he allows Trevor Harris to be unpredictable. This offense is balanced with AJ Ouellette. And if he's able to get going, Trevor Harris will also get going, and this offense is absolutely dangerous when AJ is also good in the game.
Yeah, and AJ's success is really going to determine what Montreal, we talk so much about North Thorpe and what he can do from a defensive standpoint. If they can stay in second and medium, it takes away so much of what Noel can do. So first down success, it's hard. In the CFL, all running backs want a lot of touches, and AJ's a guy who gets better. Well, he gets better the further the game goes along. And he's got to beat you up. He's not the fastest guy, but he's bruising. the reality is that they can have that success on first down. It'll keep Northrop from all those exotic blitzes on second down, and that's really the key to this game. Enoch, you said it. You want to get them involved early, you want to get a lot of touches, but if they don't have success on first down, you can't be in 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9, and then go against his defense. So if he has success, he'll get a ton of touches, and that will really, the whole point of this game is Northrop's defense against Trevor Harris, but if they don't get him going on first down, it's going to be tough to stick with it.
In my opinion, the main reason why the Montreal Alouettes are in the Grey Cup, because they've been able to run the ball. Now, during the regular season, you can somewhat get away with not being able to run the ball, and they were able to do that. They only rushed for 86 yards a game, second worst in the CFL. But in the playoffs, they're able to run the ball. 176 against Winnipeg, outrushed them by 133 yards. 140 against the Hamilton Tiger Cats, outrushed them by over 60 yards. So that's been their ingredient to success. Of course, yes, you have to be able to throw the ball. You only have 3 downs, but in playoff football, when it's grind and tough, you got to be able to run the ball. And the Montreal Alouettes have been able to do that with Stephen Scott III and, of course, Travis Tice. So this has been good for them, especially when you have a quarterback who's ailing. If you can get him in second and short and have him just throw some short balls, not having to roll out all the time, that could bode well for them winning this game.
You know what's great, too, is Davis Alexander really trusts these running backs as well, too. And the fact that he is both Tice and Stevie Scott. He was talking about Stevie Scott, though, after their semifinal game and just saying he's a monster and talking about the way his game developed. And he said he's kind of growing just like the team is as well. So you're right. I'm relying on that run game, too, for Montreal today. But all the focus really is on this guy, Davis Alexander. As James said, he looks great in warm-up. I'll tell you this, when the Riders bring pressure and we see this guy out of the pocket, that's when we will really find out how that hamstring is. Plenty more coming up on our pregame. James sitting down with the 15th commissioner of the CFL, Stuart Johnson, right after this.
Let's go, Grey Cup! Yeah, baby! Woo! Yeah! Riders! Let's go, Riders! Come on and celebrate tonight, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. Let's celebrate.
There you can see almost exactly 2 hours to kick off of the 112th Grey Cup between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Alouettes. Riders trying to win their first one in a dozen years. Davis Alexander trying to win his first and the second Al's title in 3 years. The first as a starter, and again, so much attention on his leg. We've been watching him throughout warm-up. Looks terrific, but again, it's not exactly game conditions right now. You know, if you weren't watching earlier, we were doing this bit throughout the show of which panel could last longer without the parkas, and I guess the commissioner was watching and decided he'd one-up us all by wearing the suit jacket.
Well, James, you look very comfy in that parka, I gotta tell you.
Looking tougher than the rest of us. Commissioner of the CFL, Stuart Johnston. Full disclosure for those who don't know, Stu and I worked together at TSN for 25 years, and the day he took the job as commissioner, he said, I know you're going to grill me at the Grey Cup, so here we are, and let's get at it. First thing I was thinking, a commissioner usually has a year honeymoon to sit back and survey everything. And yet you came and just a few months into your job, you come up with these drastic rule changes. What was the hurry to do that so quickly?
Well, James, thanks. And you never did listen to me before when we worked together. I don't know why you are now, but that's fine. Look, as you said, 25 years you and I have worked together. It's 25 years I've been close to the CFL. So I've been very close professionally to this league for an awful long time. I know the characters involved. I know the stakeholders, and I've had a lot of thoughts and discussions about it.
Were you thinking about some of these changes while you were working at TSN?
Some of them. We've had discussions over the years. We've been such close partners. The CFL has brought us in the past to when I was working at TSN to have those types of conversations. But when I started, we one of the things I thought was if we're going to go, we've got to go. We've got to move our league forward because the competition for attention in the entertainment world is so significant. And thinking ahead, we had our football operations team working on this for 3 straight months. They were hunkered down, analyzing and running the data and looking at the metrics and looking at market research and looking at all the rules. And this is the same group that has done this for decades and focused on improving our product. And then we wanted to give our own teams enough time to adjust to those changes, to think about fields and how they're going to move posts and change the field sizes. So that was why I wanted to get it out, giving everyone enough time, including amateur football, to think about this and where they might want to go.
You talked about your team and all the experience on it, but in retrospect, do you wish that you had at least consulted with coaches and players? Many players who like the changes but still don't like the idea that they were not consulted before they were announced.
Well, look, the team that worked on this has probably 300 years of combined experience in football, about 200 years in professional football. Many stakeholders in our group from market research and data analytics and stats, as well as football operations. Of course, our league governors were involved. We looked at these changes as structural changes, and now it goes to the rules committee made up of presidents and GMs and coaches, and we're going to look at the technical aspects of the changes and the knock-on effects.
Look, I know you said it's about growing the game for the next generation, which does make sense, but at the Grey Cup, you see a lot of fans who've been here forever, and a bunch of them approached me this week and said, hey, we're the ones who stuck through this league through thick and thin, and they feel that they were overlooked in this, and they keep asking why change a game that's been so great?
Look, I think that might come down to something that I should have done more clearly when we announced the changes. I don't think I did a good enough job emphasizing our unwavering commitment to the Canadian game. We are a 3-down, 12-player, 65-yard wide, unlimited movement.
How many times have you had to say that this week?
Well, I've said it often, and I will say it continually, right, because it's important for us all to hear it. Those rules that really truly make us uniquely Canadian aren't going anywhere.
I don't want to go through all the rule changes, but I want to get into a couple quickly. And one of the things you said about moving the goalpost to the back of the end zones is that you think it will make offenses more aggressive. So let's take a scenario, and I'm concerned that possibly it will lead to more punts. So let's say you have a 3rd and 7 on the 35, which will now be a 57-yard field goal. Could we possibly end up with all these coffin corner punts, which aren't exactly electric?
Well, I think that's something that the Rules Committee is going to look at for sure, but there's no more point for a Rouge for kicking it through the end zone. So if that punt doesn't make it into the corner and goes in, you're going to be punished by field position and don't get a point. And I think there's aspects to this that they're going to make coaches think about going for it. I think when you think about lost field position, if that punt doesn't work out, could be very punishing. And so I'm very much looking forward to a mindset from our coaches that are going to gamble more.
Also, the last 3 minutes, which there's still been a lot of confusion about, the play clock changes from 20 to 35. But there is concern that it'll be turned into the NFL where guys are going down on one knee. Are you going to make sure that, you know, the dramatics and the ability to have big comebacks in the last 3 minutes still happens? Can you guarantee that?
I will guarantee that. What we're putting to the Rules Committee, and right from the start, we knew the last 3 minutes was going to the Rules Committee. Let's think about the best way to handle it. And the starting point could be, for the last 3 minutes, we use the rules that we've got currently, because we are the league of comebacks. Where no lead is safe. And that's going to be the message to the Rules Committee and how best to approach that.
And quickly, you said you wanted the 10th team in the league. You say you want it in Canada. But someone was asking about Atlantic Canada the other day, and you answered with Quebec City. And so I wonder, and quickly, has Quebec City passed Atlantic Canada on the list for expansion?
I don't think there is a list. The list is Canada. We want a 10th team. The Atlantic provinces have been looked at for years, and for good reason. The sports culture out east, you and I both know that. We've been to many championships of various sporting events out there. It's a beautiful community for football. What I was pointing out is there are other communities as well, and I don't want to restrict where we're looking for expansion to just one area. And I think Quebec City, with its passion for football, a great population, is an excellent choice as well.
You're also letting CFL players play in the Olympics to help grow the game in a couple of years. Could see Nathan Rourke there. I once played flag football with you.
Start stretching.
10 or 15 years too late for us. The commissioner of the CFL, Stuart Johnston, enjoy your first Grey Cup. We'll see you up there presenting the Grey Cup after the game.
Thanks, James.
All the best. We have lots more ahead for you as we count you down to the 112th Grey Cup. Tons of analysis, predictions, field pass ahead.
Jamie, who's up first?
An hour and 50 minutes until kickoff of the 112th Grey Cup. You can see early arriving crowd. The gates are now open, but lineups to get inside for what is a highly anticipated matchup between two terrific teams and two terrific quarterbacks. The storylines could not be more opposite. There they are, creating Davis Alexander, the kid who's never lost, Trevor Harris, the 39-year-old who is yet to win a Grey Cup as a starter. One last time with our insiders, Dave Naylor and Farhan Lalji.
Thanks, James. You know, when this Grey Cup was awarded, I'm sure the Winnipeg Blue Bombers envisioned this being a coronation for this era of Bomber football. They ended up being the center of attention, but not in the way you would expect, and that's, of course, because Mike O'Shea flew to Toronto on Monday, an interview with the Toronto Argonauts. Of course, news brought late on Friday that he opted to come back with the Bombers, and there's some other news around the Bombers as well. Kyle Walters, of course, who has been the general manager throughout O'Shea's tenure, he has a new 3-year contract, so there's been a lot of sense that when you keep a football operations group together, you can't keep them together forever, but these guys are going to run it back one more time. The only question is, will Danny McManus, their assistant general manager, be part of the group as well? The Hamilton Tiger Cats have asked for permission to interview him for their vacant general manager's position, and we expect those conversations to continue this week.
So the Argos, meanwhile, they've got to find a head coach now that they're not going to get O'Shea. So a couple of names to keep an eye on. One is Kent Austin, who spent a number of years in the Canadian Football League as a player and coach, who's currently at Auburn University as their quarterback coach, but that staff looks to be having some change after their head coach Hugh Freeze got let go. They haven't had contact with Austin yet because, again, he is coaching right now and going through his process of game planning, but I think those conversations are going to happen soon. And then also Orlando Steinauer, the president of football operations in Hamilton, just down the road. Now, we certainly believe that at some point down the road in his career, Steinauer is going to return to the sidelines. It may or may not happen during this hiring cycle. The Argos have not yet asked for permission. They're going to wait until after the Grey Cup. I do think that ask is coming, and if it does come, I do believe he'll get permission to speak to him. And then also Mike Miller, the quarterback coach with the Argos. When you're looking at names that currently haven't had previous head coaching experience, I think that could be one to keep an eye on given his relationship with Chad Kelly.
Yeah, Mike Miller, I think, and if Mike Miller is back, I think there's a very strong chance of the Argos to commit. Chad Kelly, of course, still has time on his contract as an Argonaut, but another coach they're going to look at, I expect, is Noel Thorpe, the defensive coordinator of the Montreal Alouettes. I mean, the Alouettes had a top defense this year. Of course, they're in the Grey Cup for the second time in 3 years, had a first-place finish in the East Division before that. So Noel Thorpe is a guy who's been of interest at head coach, but not for a few years. And he certainly grabbed the Argonauts' attention, and we expect that he is one of the people they will want to reach out to as well.
Potential quarterback moves this offseason. Don't look for Nathan Rourke to be going anywhere. No NFL tours or anything like that. In fact, I expect him to begin conversations about an extension with the Lions. His contract expires after the 26th season. Keep an eye on the quarterback situation in Ottawa and Toronto. We mentioned Chad Kelly. Could Ryan Dinwiddie potentially make a move to try to get him from the Argos, given their relationship? It's possible. It's not likely. I do believe he does feel comfortable with Drew Brown as his quarterback. When you look at what he got out of Nick Arbuckle, you look at Brown, he's probably got more arm talent, a little more movement ability, so maybe he gets more out of him there. But anything's possible in that situation, including Brown maybe coming back to Winnipeg at some point, given his fondness for that organization and their respect for him as well.
All right, thank you guys. Love everything about doing this 5-hour pregame show, except the fact that we can't join the tailgate outside. The Winnipeg tailgates are legendary. And characters galore getting set for the Grey Cup game. Speaking of legendary, the gentleman who will call this one for you, Rod Smith and Glenn Suter.
Many interesting things you can look at when it comes to Grey Cup 112. We want to focus on a couple of Canadians who could be really important in this matchup between the Riders and the Alouettes. Let's start with Montreal receiver Tyson Philpott. Suits, of course, we know already what he can do in a Grey Cup. One of the heroes of the game 2 years ago from Cody Fajardo with seconds to go to win it for the Alouettes.
Well, let's go back to week 15 when these two teams played against each other. McLeod Bethel-Thompson was the quarterback for Montreal. Tyson Philpott was a big part of that game plan. In fact, he had a career game. 9 targets, 9 catches, 238 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Now, the Riders, due to injury, didn't have their 2 starting corners in the lineup. However, Jason Maas told us this week that Tyson Philpott was baked into the game plan no matter who was going to play corner that day, and boy, did he have a game. Now, Tyson Philpott doesn't get enough credit for his route running ability. We know he's got top end speed and get behind coverage. We know he's got great hands and toughness, but he can route run too. He had a big game in that one.
You were talking about the 2 corners that were missing in that game. One of them was Tavon Campbell, an all-CFL player this year. He came back from the NFL. He became a real key in that Saskatchewan secondary.
Well, this creates the great matchup in this one with Tyson Philpott, that big game against Saskatchewan, versus Tavon Campbell. Tavon Campbell, all about defensive back quarterback play is all about confidence. And he has had a year where he showed tremendous confidence. And you add that with a 4.4 40, he can fly, he can make up ground in a big hurry. He won't be matched up against Tyson Philpott all game long because they move Philpott around. But Tavon Campbell versus Tyson Philpott could be a key matchup in this game.
Well, he wasn't in that game in Week 15, and neither James was Davis Alexander. Didn't play at all against the Riders this year. But talking about McLeod, Bethel, Thompson, if Alexander can't complete this game, MBT could become a big factor in this Grey Cup.
Yeah, played in both the games against them this year, was spectacular in one, not so good in the other. Davis Alexander, Mr. Perfect, the most talked about player at Grey Cup week, sits down with Kate next.
To say there have been a few QBs in Montreal since Anthony Calvillo is an understatement. Is Davis Alexander the guy? Is he the next franchise quarterback for the Montreal Alouettes?
Alexander, he throws over the top. Rambo dropped it in the bucket for a touchdown.
Biggest play of this game coming from Davis Alexander.
Davis Alexander has had a scorching start to his career.
Down is Davis Alexander after that play.
Davis Alexander dealing with a hamstring pull.
He did it himself, but he got the hamstring again.
And they cannot go much longer without a QB. They need Davis Alexander back so bad.
This is the same team that was on 5, 9th ranked. All over TSN, 3 Down Nation. This is the same team, trials and tribulation. But this is Montreal. This is Montreal. And nobody comes here and takes it all out.
Alexander down the field. Another deep shot, lays it out there. Hauled in by Mack. They'll give it to Scott. Nice cut down to the 5, and he's got it. A perfect 12-0 to start the career for that man, Davis Alexander.
Where else would you rather be? Right. 26,000 versus 100. Yep. I take us every time. Yes, sir. Every time.
Looks down the field to the end zone. Got it. Touchdown, Montreal. Maltos Diaz with an opportunity to win it. The kick is up for the win. Got it. The Alouettes are off to the Grey Cup.
He's been remarkable. This might be from the department of we're overanalyzing everything, but that was just moments ago. Look as he puts his hand on the hamstring as he leaves the field again. We're not trying to read too much into it, but want to give you everything that we are seeing here in Winnipeg. If you ask Grok the most used word during Grey Cup week, it would likely answer hamstring. Hard to remember the last time one man's specific muscle, or technically three muscles if you want to go all high school anatomy, was so much of the conversation. And Davis Alexander's hamstring has dominated it this week, but it's good reason for that. Davis Alexander, undefeated, has proven to be a game changer. So the health of his leg could well decide the outcome of this game. Kate sat down with the Al starting quarterback.
So this is a unique situation because you have never lost as a starter. Are you ever going to lose a CFL game, Davis Alexander?
I hope not. The plan is to never lose, but yeah, just go about it every single week, right? I mean, been hearing about it for a while now, but most importantly, this is the final one.
Does this one feel a little different?
Not yet, honestly. I think maybe because we've had the experience of being here in 2023, but yeah, it felt great. Felt like heading to an away game, but yeah, feels good.
Your season. Let's go through it a little bit here. And it was really interesting season for the Montreal Alouettes. And when they last won the Grey Cup, it was kind of the same way. There were these peaks and these valleys, and then obviously they show up in the biggest moment. But for you personally, missing the 10 games and, you know, coming in, the hamstring issue, coming back, the hamstring issue to now, what was that season overall like?
Yeah, it really tested me, honestly. This is the first time ever in my entire career since I was 6 years old where I've missed a football game. So that was something new, something I had to adjust to. And you know, I think I did a really good job in the first part. And then towards the end, I'll admit, honestly, my mental, like, I started to feel a little uneasy and just, you know, almost like sick to your stomach, you know, that you can't be out there with your guys. And, you know, it was a little hard at times, but I leaned on my teammates, I leaned on my coaches, I leaned on our medical staff a little bit, and of course my family as well. Yeah, just super thankful to be here, super thankful to be in Winnipeg and get to play the big show in front of these passionate fans. Now,
you did say you got an MRI on the hamstring. Obviously, we could see that something did happen in that Eastern final. Mm-hmm. How is it right now? Yeah,
it's pretty good. The news we got yesterday was great news for us, considering what we've been through this year. Just ready to go, ready to play this final game.
And you say it didn't feel like when you had done it the time before.
No, because in both games, like even the Edmonton game where I got hurt, I couldn't have gone back in, and that was not a super severe injury. This one I was able to go back in. You know, there was no way. Well, there could have been a way, but I was planning on not getting taken out of that game, and you know, I think I played the final 9 minutes on it, and yeah, I feel good.
And come hell or high water, you are playing in the Grey Cup.
Playing in the freaking Grey Cup, baby.
Jason Maas, your head coach, obviously he's been there, done that. He knows the position that you're currently in too. How much has he helped your development in this league?
He's incredible. He just gives me so much confidence. Maas, he lets me play the game that I want to play, as long as I'm controlled. He also taught me, you know, in the midst of this hamstring injury, you know, he gave me the confidence, you know, I always thought I could, but he gave me the confidence, you know, he's like, you can be one of the best quarterbacks in this league just as a pocket passer. You know, you have that accuracy, you have that arm talent, and, you know, I think a couple games I was able to show that ability, and just kept building my confidence, and yeah, he's such a good dude, and I think anyone on our team would run through a brick wall for him because he cares more than anybody.
The game plan for the Grey Cup, obviously for those last couple of plays in the Hamilton game, we did see you as a pocket passer more, and those great passes obviously to Rambo, but is the game plan going to change because maybe your running is a little bit less?
It probably will change a little bit, honestly. You know, there's nothing to hide here, right? It's the final game of the year. I mean, everyone knows I have a little bit of a tweaked hamstring, so I don't totally know, but it'll probably be changed a little bit. But I also know, I've said it before, I've got a little bit of crazy in me, so I got to find a way to, you know, I can't honestly sit here and tell you I'm not going to run the ball because I know the way I am, and I just got to play smart. I got to protect myself.
When you look at this football team that you're playing to, I mean, it's the picture of continuity. I mean, these guys have been together for a very long time. Unlike yourself, a very experienced veteran QB, their defense
defense has been fantastic as well. What is maybe a main concern when it comes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Yeah, I mean, he's a fearless leader of that football team, and I know he wants this more than anything, and those guys are going to rally behind him. He does a great job. You know, I got to sit behind him for a year and watch him, the way he controls a room and controls not just the offense, but the whole team. I know that they look at him as their leader. And then obviously their defense is phenomenal, like you said. Their front sevens is spectacular. Their back end's really good. I know they're a little banged up maybe, but they put those guys in the right position, and they're all super, super good athletes. So it's going to be a challenge no matter what. This is the Grey Cup. Nothing's going to come easy, but we're going to be ready to play.
And finally, you've been really open about your family and how much they love you and supported you throughout this entire process. And obviously, you know, going through a really hard year, losing your father. And you mentioned as soon as the Eastern final, you know, that must have been him upstairs. How much would that mean for you and your family to win it all?
Yeah, you know, I got probably 20 family and friends coming out to the game, which in itself alone is amazing. You just got to do it for them. You do it for your brothers, you do it for your teammates, but you do it for your family as well. And you want to make them proud. And of course, that added motivation of just doing it for my dad and everything that has gone on. But yeah, it's what you do it for, baby.
Good luck in your first Grey Cup, Davis Alexander.
Merci beaucoup.
All right, with the help of AI, we're going to show how he became Mr. Perfect. Gig Harbor High School, 34 passing TDs, 2 times Tacoma Athlete of the Year. There's a wrestling analogy going on. Bear with us. Portland State, 9,215 passing yards, second all time. Then waiting in the wings, 38 games before his first CFL start. I cannot get over those wrestling tights. And now he is Mr. Perfect, 13-0 record in his CFL career, including the playoffs. And again, Davis going out, wave at his family just before the game, and as he leaves, again, just another little grab of the hamstring. Don't know if it means anything. Maybe it's just habit at this point, but he keeps reaching back for it. But all smiles, so it looks like he's ready. AI is terrifying, by the way. I don't even know if you're actually here right now.
You never know.
I don't remember, Zach, you ever having a serious hamstring injury before a big game. You had that high ankle sprain in 2022, so some similarities there. How limiting was it? How hard was it for you mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been explosive enough to have a hamstring issue, ever, so I appreciate that, though. I did have an ankle deal going into the 2022 Grey Cup. And the thing that makes you feel a little bit limited is that you don't get to practice a lot. Like, I don't think we had any reps that week together as an offense, right? So that's something maybe in the back of Davis's mind. I'm not sure how much he practiced this week, but that could be something that is tough for him. Along with, in my opinion, what makes him really special is the way that he can create outside of the pocket, right? I mean, he's unbelievable when he's outside the pocket and creating, whether he's running the football or keeping his eyes downfield and finding receivers. So did he approach this week like, I need to get down to my shallow cross faster, I need to get down to my check down faster, or can he still play the way that he always does?
Yeah, and you've said it, those off-schedule plays are electric for Davis Alexander, but I have had a hamstring issue, a couple, and it's very strange because even in rehab, James, it's hard to emulate what's going to occur in this game, and that's why they're so common to happen again. There's nothing you can do. You can't shoot this thing up. You can't really numb it, and it's hard to emulate those football movements when you're in rehab. So we all are hoping that he's completely healthy. I do think there's little theatrics right now with the hamstring grab for the camera, and I hope he gets through the whole thing.
If it is theatrics, that'd be a great move by him.
Absolutely.
Do you think, you know, Jason Maas keeps saying he's healthy and everything, but do you think it plays into his mind maybe with play calling?
Personally, yes, I do. Because, and if you go back to last week, they ran a lot of things where they put a fullback and an extra offensive lineman on the line of scrimmage as tight ends, and they were trying to run these RPOs. It's a big part of their game plan. I'm not sure that would be what I would roll in this week, knowing that, like Davis has said, there is a tweak there, and we want him to be healthy.
Yeah, I'd expect for the ball to get out of his hands a lot faster, whether it's in the quick game world or the screen game. And then obviously they do a really great job of taking calculated shots down the field. So maybe scrap some of the what we would call Sally in our league, not the RPO. We talked about this a little bit the other night.
Yes, we did.
But yeah, I mean that's kind of his game. He gets out on the edge so well, but maybe they rely more on some other stuff.
He's been going through this repertoire all week of massage, ice, ultrasound, laser, stim, back and forth. Same thing, by the way, Luke did after going to the Spirit of Edmonton a little too late a couple of nights.
Absolutely.
Again, looks good in warm-up, but as the boys said, never know once he gets started running in the game. The 112th Grey Cup. We are closing in on it. We have lots more ahead for you here on TSN. Winnipeg, where every single game this year has been sold out, and the Grey Cup, no exception. Under 90 minutes now to kick off. Not many cheer for the refs here. Tons of Owls and a lot of Saski fans here today. I was saying that hamstring, we've never heard the word more during Grey Cup week. I forgot, Kate, that every year Milt says he has the most luscious hamstring still in football.
There is no doubt. He is very confident about it. He's got the nicest hamstrings, patellar tendons, calf muscles, face, ears, you name it. It's Milt Stegall. And look, we're going to talk a little more about Davis Alexander because this is the biggest story going into this game by far. And as you heard him say in the sit-down interview, Ches, he said, I got a little bit of crazy in me. Well, that's normally good. But the problem is when you stop thinking, and I think it's going to be a few plays here. Yep, he's going to drop back. He's going to stay in the pocket. Everything's going to look fine. It's going to be that first run that we are going to sit there and analyze what does that leg look like.
Yeah, and Luke mentioned it with the hamstring, and we've all had them. You can't, the controlled environment, it's all about what's the controlled environment. You're now, for the first time this week, not in a controlled environment. Everyone's been talking about Davis Alexander and his ability or inability to run today. They want to see, can he be a running quarterback? Can he be a playmaker? I'm not watching for that. What I'm watching for is where he throws the ball from. You heard Zach talk about how good he is outside the pocket, making throws on the move. I guarantee you the #1 conversation and what this Sask defense is going to do to him is make him throw the ball from inside the pocket. Their ends are going to stay home. They're going to make sure that they allow a shorter QB. Remember, he's a shorter QB, and if there's any questions about Davis because he's young, anything there's a weakness is he's not going to get to deeper reads, 3rd and 4th read. They're going to make him, I'm going to watch in the first half, how they make him stand in the middle of that pocket and make him throw from there, and the only place he's going to be able to throw from is inside the middle of that pocket. Watch for that in the first half.
Davis, you talked about it. Most of the plays that we saw him do throughout the course of the week at practice, and even now, pregame, have all been plays that are controlled, all been plays where he can predict what is happening and he controls what is going on. However, you talk about things that you'll be watching for. You're going to also have to watch for the mindset change that he's got to have, because the type of player that he is, he's got to change his mindset from being a runner but to staying in the pocket as well. He's got to change from not just being a boost for this team as a leader, but also he's got to be the battery. He's got to be consistent throughout each quarter, each plays. He's got to go the distance for this team. Nope.
You guys have talked about it. Luke talked about it. You can't emulate what you're going to do in the game. And both times I had my hamstring injury, I thought it healed up. I went in the game. I'm feeling fresh 100%. Didn't make it through either one of the games. I hope that's not the case for him, because one thing I can tell you about this guy, you can alter the game plan as much as you want to. You can say, I'm not going to run as much. But when you get in the game, all you know is all you know. And all this guy knows is moving, being mobile, being tough. When the first or second read is not there, taking off, using his legs, because he's been productive with it. So let's hope his hamstring stays 100% in this game.
Well, and look at MBT and what he's doing to warm up too. I mean, you got to think at some point, if you're McLeod Bethel-Thompson, there's an absolutely huge possibility that I'm in this game today. And also too, we haven't talked about the crowd that's going to get on Davis Alexander, because guess what? We just saw them run out. That's all you hear are these Rider fans, and it is looking awfully green right now, James.
Yeah, Kate, I was trying to look around and do a very unscientific sort of green to red, white, and blue ratio, and it looks like about 5-1 so far. Could get more even by game time, but you're right, likely a lot of green and white tonight. Last year in the Grey Cup, Robert Priester, a guy who had 0 interceptions in 4 career seasons, picks off a certain quarterback I don't want to name because he's right next to me and I care for him too much to bring that up. 61 yards for a pick 6. Basically locked up the Argos win. The definition of an X factor because nobody saw it coming. Who might be this year's? Let's start with Kate in the panel.
Well, I know Enoch was definitely the X factor in one Grey Cup, to say the least.
I don't even know if it's a compliment or not anymore. Is it?
No, no, that was no sarcasm, I promise. All right, let's go. Let's go with X factors in this game. Enoch Mwamba, who you got?
I'm going to go with the defensive player, Kit. Yes, go ahead and say it. Of course it was. I'm going to go with Roland Milligan. Roland Milligan is a guy that you almost kind of forget with the emergence of Devon Campbell and the DBs over there. But Roland Milligan, don't forget, guys, this is a former defensive player of the year. And tonight is a big game, and he's going to show up.
One of the better corners, the all-star corner in this game is Devon Campbell. Circle number 26 for these Riders. He's an all-star. He came from that's the position I played. There's a lot of room out there to the field. Tyson Philpott against Devon Campbell, one-on-one to that field side. That's my key matchup.
Well, Enoch, I think you're going to be happy about my X factor. I'm taking a middle linebacker, baby. Jameer Thurman for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Yes, he is a tackling machine, but also he'll slip in there. He'll make an interception. He'll force a fumble. He'll get after the quarterback and make some sacks. So I'm sure he's going to have his eye on Davis Alexander. So Jameer Thurman, that's my X factor.
You can't go wrong with a middle linebacker.
I love the camaraderie on this panel sometimes. I've said this all week long. I think this is going to be a defensive battle. We look at these defenses. It's going to be a low-scoring affair, in my opinion. So that comes down to the kicking game. And when it comes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the guy that was up and down all season long, and at 1.2, we thought we were going to see him replaced is Brett Lawther. So for me, my X factor in this game is Brett Lawther. James, time for your X factors.
All right, I feel so guilty, by the way, about bringing up that Priester pick.
You're still
next
doing
to
it.
my guy. No, I did. I wanted a recent X factor to make sense to the fans out there, and it's the only one I could find, and I'm so sorry for that. So I'll let you go first.
The only one in the entire history of the CFL?
Well, it was the most recent one.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, my X factor. I'm an offensive guy, right? I love both defenses here, but for me, it's Sam Emelis, a guy that's going to get targeted a lot tonight with two premier guys for the Riders being out at receiver. There's not a 50-50 ball that he can't come down with. I consulted with a few defensive guys before I made this pick. Whoa. They tell me that he plays wide receiver like a defensive player. And he just has that dog in him. When he catches the football, he thinks he can score. And again, there's not one catch that he doesn't think he can make.
For me, I got to go defense. Saskatchewan Roughriders, Malik Carney. This guy's 6'3", he's 245, and he does everything. He's extremely explosive. He's powerful. He's got a high motor. And I'll say this. We love to talk about Jason Maas, this offense, and rightfully so. They got a ton of weapons. Malik Carney can take over this game, and I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. And the reason I say that, he led the league in QB pressure rate this year. Led the league. And at the award show, his name was rarely mentioned.
He's got no love at all. It's crazy to me.
And he's one of the best defensive players in this league. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder. I think he's a game wrecker, and I think he's going to have a big day today.
By the way, we have another M. Carney coming up in our next segment, which I'll get into in a second. For me, Kate and the panel were just talking about a couple minutes ago, McLeod Bethel Thompson. I might look like an idiot because my X factor might not even play in the game. But if Alexander goes down, suddenly this guy becomes the most important player in the game when we remember what he did in Regina in the last regular season meeting between these two teams, going off 379 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. So, again, he might not factor at all.
Love it.
But he's in. He'll be huge for Macbeth. Those are your X factors. Somebody's going to play a hero. There's the M. Carney I was referring to. He'll join us next as we count you down to the Grey Cup.
We feel like we're made for this.
This group is capable of more. We're not done yet.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. We know the name. We are the people that can find whatever you may need. If you got the money, honey, we got just the seed. Jungle. Welcome to the jungle. It's down in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. It's gonna bring you down.
Back in Winnipeg, counting down to the Grey Cup. If you've been out enjoying your Sunday and are just joining us, your timing is great, as we're about to talk about all the key players in the game and take you off your couch and down to field level. It's called Field Pass. Milt, who finished last in our Field Pass League last year, has the first overall pick.
Man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. Davis Alexander. And Davis started his career on the practice roster back in 2022. But once he finally got a chance to start in 2024, all he's done is won his first 13 starts. And the question right now that everyone is asking, is not if he win his 14th start, but will he actually finish the game? Because if he does, he can make history, and these Montreal Alouettes will probably win the Grey Cup, baby.
Number 6 for the Montreal Alouettes is a Canadian who is probably the most talented playmaker on this field, bar none, and he will be the key to this game for that team. Just 2 years ago, he's the most outstanding Canadian. He's the best receiver on the field today. Watch that guy, Tyson Philpott, big game player who's already done it in the big spots.
Chesney, speaking of watching players tonight, you should have heard the ovation when A.J. Ouellette entered the stadium. He is appearing in his second Grey Cup. He had a dominant 2025 campaign, rushing 248 times, 1,222 yards, scoring 8 TDs, good for second in the CFL in rushing yards. His regular season play carried right into the postseason. 17 times he carried for 113 yards in the Western Final, and hoping to cap off this year with a monster performance in a Grey Cup for the Riders.
When you're talking about this defense in Montreal, you can't talk about them without mentioning Tyrese Beverette. This man fills up the stat sheet, and when you say quarterbacks are the most important, this guy might be the very next one. Because you need a sack, he's got it. You need an interception, he's got it. You need a forced fumble, he's got it. He's gonna fill the stat sheet. I talked about it. But he'll also run down special teams. Tyrese Beverette is a guy that you have to keep an eye on if you're Trevor Harris tonight.
I'm going to start with that man right there, number 52, Jamarcus Hardrick. Just won the 2025 CFL Most Outstanding O-Lineman. It's a cold night in Winnipeg. It's the Grey Cup. Toughness, grittiness. This guy embodies it. He embodies that style of play. A.J. Ouellette. I'll say this. There's going to be some moments in this game where they need his leadership, and I really believe that he can create that gap, move that body, and spring A.J. Ouellette to a big play that makes the difference.
This one's an easy one for me. It's Malik Carney. We talked about him already here on the panel. He could take over the football game. He's got a great combination of speed, a great combination of power, and he takes no plays off. He's a tough matchup for any tackle in this league. And look for Cory Mace to try to get him one-on-one and putting the guards in the center on islands tonight.
Oh, remember back in 2023 when Darnell Sankey joined the Alouettes with 6 games to go in the season, and how his play and his presence galvanized them all the way to a Grey Cup victory. Well, his play and presence is a big reason why they're back in the Grey Cup again today. And I think his play may be one of the most important determining factors if they'll come away with another Grey Cup victory, baby.
All of us sitting here realize just a few minutes before the biggest game of your life that what you do in this game can define your career. Nobody will have that much. Brett Lowther right now, what he does tonight will define history. You're talking about legacy for Trevor Harris. How about legacy for that guy right there? Brett Lowther, the kicker for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Isaac Adeyemi-Berglund. He has always been a problem for opposing teams, but this was his breakout season. He established himself as one of the CFL's most dangerous Canadian pass rushers. 18 games, he recorded 11 sacks, the most of his career, while also contributing 29 defensive tackles and scoring defensive touchdown. His brilliant season landed him a nod for the Eastern Most Outstanding Canadian. Well, he didn't win the award. I'm pretty sure he'd rather go home a Grey Cup champion.
Tavon Campbell, this DB right here is a game changer. He's amongst the ones that led the league in interceptions with 6 this year. And when he gets his hands on the ball, it is going to be a game changer. He changes the game absolutely. This man can turn this game into a dominant game for Saskatchewan Roughrider, into a belt to backside performance. Yes, he can. His speed is elite. His hands are elite. This man will be one to watch for sure for this Saskatchewan defense.
I got to keep sticking with my offensive lineman, and on the Montreal side, it's Donnie Ventrelli for me. This guy's in year 2 out of North Dakota. As the years progress, I've loved watching his film, his footwork, his intensity. He's physical. He has got the biggest test yet in this league for him, and it's going up against the Saskatchewan D-line. And I'm telling you right now, this guy is ready to go. I like the idea of running the football, especially with Davis's hamstring. He's got to bring some holes for Stevie Scott.
This is an easy one for me. I've been watching this kid play football since he was about 7, 8 years old. Najee Murray, Steubenville High School alum. Love watching him play. One of the veteran presence guys that the Owls have. He does it all for him. He can play man coverage. He hits to hurt you. And just really looking forward to him playing in this game.
This may be the first time in field pass history a backup quarterback is discussed. I mean, it's pretty obvious why. And the reality of it is that this backup quarterback who once led a team to the Grey Cup may be thrust into action and asked to do it again. That's your boy, Enoch.
Yes, sir.
This is the man that everybody's looking at, Trevor Harris. And when you look at quarterbacks in the Grey Cups, it's been guys that have made plays with their legs, that have taken over games so many times. That's not Trevor Harris. He's going to take over this game with his mind and the way he picks apart defenses. Let's see if T-Money is on his game tonight and can pick up all that Northrop and that defense are going to give him.
And who will Trevor Harris be targeting tonight, you're asking? With both Keyshawn Johnson and Joe Robustelli out for today, it is all about the depth for the Roughriders, and this is one guy Harris will be looking for, Dante Myers. What a monster season, cementing his role as one of the top offensive weapons. He did deal with a few injuries, but over 15 games, recording 65 receptions, over 1,000 yards, and over 16 yards per catch.
This is a one-man wrecking crew in Roland Milligan Jr. I mean, he's always in the right place. And I don't know if he finds the ball or the ball finds him, but he always is where the ball is. And this is a guy that there's a few players on defense that Davis Alexander will have to keep an eye on. And he better not forget Roland Milligan Jr., the former Defensive Player of the Year.
Tommy Neal is next up for me. He's in year 5. Adam McMaster, he's no stranger to winning. 2019 Yates Cup champion. And I'll say this, his head coach McMaster, Steph Potasek, sent me this note. The bigger the stage, the more plays he will make. They trust this guy, and you saw it in the final last week. They went to him to win the game in the red zone. He's a great Canadian boy, and I expect him, when the game is on the line, they're going to call his number again.
My next pick here is Dylan Wynn, Grey Cup 105 champion. A guy that I've been playing a lot against for many years. He's tough, he's nasty, and the thing to keep an eye on, we talked about Mustafa earlier. How much is he going to play if he plays? And if he doesn't, Dylan Wynn is going to have to really carry the load for that defensive line.
Stevie Scott III has had a nice postseason rushing the ball. He has 181 yards, 2 touchdowns. And the one game he played against the Roughriders, he had 125 yards rushing. He's really going into this Grey Cup with a lot of confidence. And along with Travis Tice, the Owls have a pretty good duo at the running back position.
2 years ago when the Montreal Alouettes won the Grey Cup, who made that game-winning touchdown catch that everybody remembers? It was Tyson Philpott, but you know what? Just 2 plays before that, it was 3rd and 5, and if Cole Speaker doesn't make that 35-yard catch, they don't win the Grey Cup. Who's going to be today's Cole Speaker? Make that big-time play in a big-time spot.
Well, not only a chess master, A.J. Allen is a heck of a football player. 2025, he emerged as a key defensive contributor. He had 88 total tackles, placing him 6th in the league in total tackles and 1st among Canadians. The performance, though, even more impressive because considering his journey, he originally just making that mark on special teams and then fully stepping in as a starting linebacker this season and now starting in the Grey Cup.
Now let's go to Kean Schaefer-Baker. And he had a season riddled by injuries this year. He's into the lineup and out of the lineup. But make no mistake, this guy is a game changer. Yes, there's a few receivers on the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Sam Mamulis. You got other guys that can make big plays. But don't forget about Kean Schaefer-Baker because he led his team last week with 100 yards. And I have a feeling tonight he's going to have another big one.
I'm going off the board here, and we're going to Alexander Hollins, year 4, Eastern Illinois. He could see a lot more action with Mac being a game-time decision tonight, and I'll say this, I spoke to a member of the Alouettes offensive staff. They said this guy's really special, and we've got some things drawn up where he can make some big plays for us when we call his numbers. In a game like this, sometimes it's the unsung hero that makes the biggest difference.
And my last one here, I got to go with Wesley Sutton. He's another vet in that out secondary. He's a guy that allows them to be interchangeable and to disguise their looks so well. He can play man coverage, he can play zone coverage, and they blitz him a lot off the edge. He's a guy who has a lot of experience and is a great player for them.
Somewhere in that group of names you just mentioned, likely a hero or an MVP of Grey Cup 112. Up next, number 24 joins us, our 24th Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Back in Winnipeg, just over 1 hour to the kickoff of the 112th Grey Cup game. Saskatchewan looking to win only their 5th, and Montreal trying to win their 2nd in 3 years. And we welcome Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Your passion for hockey and the Edmonton Oilers is well documented. I wonder what kind of history and allegiances you have with the CFL.
Well, I got a lot of history and allegiances with Edmonton as well. I grew up in Edmonton. I used to go to games from time to time back in Clark Stadium. We're talking Tom Wilkinson, Bruce Lemmerman, Larry Highbaugh, the whole day, George McGowan. So it goes way back, and you know I've kept loyal. It's been a bit difficult in recent years, I'll admit it.
Right.
Would have been easier to be a Bomber fan.
That was a good time to grow up being an Edmonton football fan with all those championships, though.
It was fantastic, and it rolled into the Warren Moon days as well. So yeah, back when we were City of Champions, James, if you remember that.
Been a while, might happen again. You have been to a couple of Grey Cups before.
Yes, yep. I went to what I thought was the coldest place on earth, which was the Ottawa Grey Cup in like 2005-06.
Right.
But I went to the McMahon Stadium one, Al's Riders, 2009. You know, the famous 13th guy on the field at the end. I mean, it was an incredible game. Heartbreaking way to lose, and just sets up this match.
Now you've upset the entire province of Saskatchewan by bringing them. They were just trying to get over that and get ready for this.
This is the time to get over it. They're here.
Well, maybe you can win them back. You haven't been afraid to show your hockey allegiances, so do you have to be the neutral Prime Minister today, or can you root one way or the other?
I'm rooting for a great game, James. But look, I think it's a fascinating matchup. Trevor Harris, you got the veteran experience. You got two great defensive teams. You got Davis Alexander, breakout talent. it's going to be fantastic. So
well, I don't want to push you one way or the other. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's an M. Carney playing in the game today. Malik Carney is a defensive lineman with the Riders. There he is. So you could easily find a Carney jersey to put on if you
that tilts the balance. We're frequently mistaken for each other. It's a good thing he spells his whole name out. But yeah, no, Malik is okay. Fine, I'm all right. Okay, Riders.
Oh,
there
wow.
you go.
Now,
there you go.
Now, sorry. Now I'll get
Done.
you in trouble with all of Quebec. So sorry about that.
You can't win.
I know you've been busy with a lot more important things, but there's been a ton of talk this week about the coming rule changes in the CFL. And
Yeah.
I was wondering if you had an opinion on any of them either way.
Well, look, you got to take risks. So I like the idea that the motivation of the rules is teams are going to take more risks. There'll be more offense. That's the estimation. Look, I'm old school. You know, you go to Clark Stadium. Yeah, so maybe someone might run into the end zone. That's part of the interest. I like a rouge and all that, but look, in the end, they've looked at it hard. They're going to give it a go. We got a couple years to bring it in. Plus, it's still 3 downs. It's still 65 yards wide field. It's going to be great. Still going to be the best product in football.
We really appreciate you dropping by. Enjoy the Grey Cup. Like you said, I know it's been 10 years since you've been at one, but get back to more important business after this one.
Okay, I will do.
Although
Thanks,
we think
James.
football is the most important business here. We're a little biased this way. Prime Minister Mark Carney, as we continue to count you down. An hour away as Trevor Harris rallies the troops, trying to win his first Grey Cup as a starting quarterback.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders going to the Grey Cup.
Montreal gets the job done, and the Alouettes are off to the Grey Cup.
They will be shouting it out extremely loud tonight, less than an hour from now, and just a terrific matchup. Last couple of years, we've had big underdogs win the Grey Cup. This matchup a lot tighter. Sask has been favored, but Montreal extremely dangerous, having won 7 of their last 8 games. So much attention, of course, on Davis Alexander and that hamstring. We saw him tug at it a couple of times in warm-up, but otherwise smiling and looking good. We'll find out if it holds up in an hour and change from now. 2 best defenses in the CFL trying to win a championship today. We're almost at the prediction part, which is our least favorite part, because when you pick, the team that you don't pick will hate you, and the team that you pick won't remember that you picked them in the first place. But we'll get to that in a second. But first, give me one key matchup you're focusing on.
I'm going to go with quarterback Trevor Harris versus defensive coordinator Noah Thorpe. In that matchup, to me, it starts pre-snap, before the ball is snapped. There's so many disguises on this Montreal defense. Trevor Harris, he's a veteran. It's not just about him understanding what's going on. He's got to make sure that his offensive line, his fullback, his running back, his receivers, they are all on the same page, and they can execute those small details that could be the big difference in a game like today.
Zach?
Yeah, and I hate to have to piggyback off what you just said, but I'm going to go with Mark Mueller versus Noel Thorpe. How is Coach Mueller going to come out and approach this game? And we'll see here in the first quarter, whether it's getting different personnels on the field, getting out into different sets, 2x3 sets, 4x1 sets. What is Noel's answer going to be to those sets? I think will determine the way that Saskatchewan attacks these guys.
All right, now we got to do the prediction part. You can start, Luke.
You know, my head says Montreal, but my heart says Saskatchewan. I'm going with my heart. I'm going 27-22. I think this is a team of destiny. I think the defense is strong. I think Trevor Harris gets it done and cements his legacy.
I think what you said there was perfect, so I'm going to stay away from picking a winner here.
You know, as an active player, you are the only one that has the right not to do it.
Yeah, it's tough for me. I'm going 27-21. We're very close there.
Very close.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, though.
Because if you did pick somebody, they would remind you first snap next year if you're playing against them.
Every single time. Yeah, I'm staying away.
Look, the hamstring that rocked the world is what everyone's been talking about. I would say if Davis Alexander was healthy, I would pick the Owls by a field goal. There's so much if there that I'm going to go Sasky by 3. Trevor Harris needs it a little bit more, Kate.
James, I would like to be Zach Collaros and not pick anyone for this one as well. To be quite honest, you know what? If you watched our preseason show, we had a particular team that saved those clips and then used them and then put it up on social media. So I feel like this is going to be the exact same thing when we do it. But we'll make the predictions in just a moment. But first, just like the other guys, Enoch, I need a key matchup for you today.
Okay, look, you look at this offense by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. One thing that we do know is going to happen is AJ is going to be running the ball. He's going to get the ball early. He's going to get it often. And what he does with it is we're going to have to see. But that defensive line will have to shut him down if they want to be successful for the Montreal Alouettes.
Yeah, my matchup is formations from Jason Maas and this Montreal offense, getting to the field side and getting Tyson Philpott or whoever they get out to the field, one-on-one with all that room to work versus the 2 corners, Sales and Campbell. That's my key matchup. And then for a pick, I played almost a decade in Montreal.
Not yet.
No pick. Okay, no pick then. Go ahead.
All right, my matchup is Davis Alexander versus his hamstring. Because he can talk all he wants to, or Jason Maas can talk all he wants to. They're going to alter the game plan. Once you get out on the field, like I said earlier, all you know is all you know. And let's see if that hamstring holds up.
All right, now the moment of truth. I'm being told that we absolutely have to do it. Enoch Mwamba, do you have the Saskatchewan Roughriders or the Montreal Alouettes?
I'm going to go with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. L'équipe en vert seront les champions ce soir.
I choose the guys in green.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Well done. Can we go, KB? Let it rock?
Let it rock.
Again, played a decade in Montreal. I'm not going to go against these Alouettes. If Davis, we watched them all warm up. He looks healthy. He looks confident. I got the Alouettes 28-21.
This was the hardest time I've ever had to pick, because in the previous 5 years, I always went with Zach and the Blue Bombers. It was pretty easy. But this year I actually had to think about it. And I thought about it, and I'm going, correct me if I get this, make sure I get this right, Montreal Von Gagne? Is that it? Montreal.
And you know what, James Duthie, I am following your lead as per usual. And if it wasn't a hamstring injury to Davis Alexander, I actually would have picked the Montreal Alouettes. I think their defense has been incredible all season long. But for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I do believe that they will be bringing home a Grey Cup for the first time since 2013. JD.
Kate, all the fans I see post-game, I'll just say, whoever won, I picked your team, Kate picked the other team. That's the way we roll. There's so little between them. Sask 7-1 against the East this season. The Owls 7-1 in their last 8. One of them will be a champion 3 hours and change from now.